Africa. Just two spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, two spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepa, crunchy like my brother, two spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, two spoon. Two spoon. You wanna get a news update, two spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you batileo. Spoon TV. Yes, what you batileo. Beseku. Spoon TV. Spoon. Ba. Spoon. Skibidi dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Beseku. Kudileo.
From Liberia, welcome to Talk. And so this is your program. This is where you want to be at this time of the day. It depends on the time, wherever you are, whichever continent, country. This is your show, Spoon Talk, and this program is on every Monday to Sunday at this time.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just two spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, two spoon.
My name is Marina. All of you
want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepa, crunchy like my brother, two spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, two spoon. Two spoon. You wanna get a news update, two spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Yes, what you about today?
And any other development we are going to be talking about, other developing stories, I'm going to give you the chance to put your calls through. But let's just talk about this Bill Jalla story. And the year is about to end. I like to say compliments again, compliments of the season. And let us say, I know you have plans for the new year.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand tongue with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. George James on the beat.
According to them, the mayor is an intelligent one. No very disciplined, nobody what the great book that I said is we have implemented in charge with murder.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
And activated
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you and no.
According to the police,
If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a new update, brother, to spoon.
for a worker in Congo.
You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon.
Jalla and Flo have
You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon.
went out with friends.
Yeah, to spoon.
How anger or
You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kebab, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a new update, to spoon.
That business mother is going to pay at the center and attempted to mediate between them. It is account described how
What I want.
bring
This
group
what you about
Jalla reported
This what you about
this effectively are going out without information. This girl was not this gentleman's wife. Yet she was angry with her. And in other developments, we have different stories across Liberia, capital building fire. When things happen in our country, we have to talk about it all of the time. But then just after 7 days, let's talk about the people now of the capital building for now. Like nobody. Alright, again, so let me welcome you in Radio Land, TV Land, wherever you are welcome. My name is Gloria Honorary, and your producer here tonight, until the CEO and the rest of the panelists come on, I'd like to welcome you. Before I open the lines, if there are other things you want to talk about, what is it? What's on your mind that you want to talk about on the show? Is it political? Always political, most of the times. Economical. Maybe it is some social issue, like what is happening with Bill Jalla. Bill Jalla, if he goes to jail, you can imagine what's going to happen to him there. He has messed up his own future. He has taken their life away.
Yes,
He left a lot of
a special
trauma
one
into
from the
himself.
CEOs.
All right, so let me
With the
welcome
spoon
Eric to my
and
show.
your boy Friday the South man. Charges on the beat.
Now, we am talk in my man around welcome, last right now in around Liberia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
and so it's like lots of people
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia.
that are not yet open.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just
All right,
don't
but for us,
spoon you and no.
take care of you wherever
If the
you
children
are.
crying
We
for
welcome you
starvation,
again
just
to
don't
tell you a
spoon.
little bit about what happened.
You want to get a news update, but
A
rather
lot of
don't
people have
spoon.
been talking about it. I talked to the various.
You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon.
And then New Georgia, and then later on,
Don't spoon.
wow, thousands of children
You
gathering
from
in
Funjaman, Maryland, don't spoon.
well, different material.
Don't spoon. If you eat kepa, grudgy like my brother, don't spoon.
I am young by
You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon.
is also here. I welcome all of you. Welcome
Don't spoon.
program right here. Doing all the time, different platforms. So now you want to call me. What is on your mind? What is on your mind? What you want to talk about? If you have a board, Jalla, it's a young man, girlfriend, yes, or it could just be about something went on in the government that's going on in your house or is going on in your country that you just want to talk about. You are welcome to call us into 777 5 and be live on the show and let's talk about it. What is it that you want to talk about from tonight? Call us and first evening. Good evening. Yes, good evening. What is your name? Yeah.
The one that real more concern me is about the capital building about burn down. We hearing the information that they are passing the bill so they can be able to renovate our place. And those are like for resources they are get using. They manage to bring it. So if they pass the budget that will be able to renovate our place, with the citizens will be able to get on our feet. The government will be able to get out the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you
Because
going to
they
do?
manage to do it.
What are you going to do to get the government to give you your own money?
We will demonstrate.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
we'll demonstrate for our own portion of the money that they taking to renovate our place.
Thank you for calling.
Okay.
077771075 or 055510175. Good evening. Please lower your monitor. Good evening. Lower the monitor now. Good evening. All right, 077771075 or 055510175. Deputy Speaker Fala's ties to Unity Party full speculation of potential Kung Fala 2029 ticket. That's another story that is in the papers and, of course, across different media outlets. And so maybe you want to talk about that as well. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you. This is a good Favana in the community.
Yeah, I was in
A
your
strong
community
supporter for
today.
the government. And let me say good evening to all my officials in the government, my new all of them. Having said that, the statement in Lofa County, people opposition taking if you want to the CEO, they taking it out of different contests. But if you look at President Boka up and down, President Boka like somebody that can that can endorse corruption. In now more doing a regime, 4 ministers resign for corruption. Unless now we are out there, no one person that even resign for corruption. Then you look at that kind of man. You say that, well, people will remain corrupt even your own house. That's what the people say. And that man, the next segment and Maggie two different. Maggie say we can use it in Liberia. Then president said you must bless our people. If you want to call somebody, call them word for word. Somebody forever. If you for Scar University around our business, it didn't get honor ceremony everybody.
Thank you,
we
sir.
know they from the beginning of this school to our CDC, but it's just that unfortunate situation can I can't United Party. How much edition United Party people said they so started. Kevin Hassan was there, Tommy George was there, P. Barry was there, Ben Sabi was there, Aziz was there. Coming the United Party people that were there at the time. So we know all them. So I beg when you do something. The more because we do your show is finished.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you for putting me later.
Right, 0777771075. As I gave you the chance to put your calls through, I also juiced you on top stories making headlines across the country. And the Muslim students in Liberia are demanding equal recognition of their religious holidays, accusing the government of sidelining Islamic celebrations like Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr, while prioritize increasing events such as Christmas and Easter. The National Muslim Students Association of Liberia, known as NAMSAL, argues that the academic calendar's current policy of a 10-day Christmas break starkly slows the disparity. The students point to Article 14 of the 1986 Constitution, which prohibits religious preferences, stating that a lack of recognition for Islamic holidays directly contradicts Liberia's foundational principles of equality and religious freedom. This imbalance not only questions fairness but violates the law, NAMSA emphasized in a recent statement. 077771075 or 05551101075. Call and be on the show. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister. Hi.
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm just calling for the city of Bapu City.
All right. So what's your point?
So the
What do
issue
you...
on the discussion, I think the government is still expecting crime and other things are unfolding in this country. We saw the Kinjoy incident took place. We saw the issue about the veteran guy got killed or the money. Up to now, we have no result on no investigation.
So, result on which investigation, sir?
They said about investigating the issue about Bobby money death. That's what I said. I mean, for example, enjoy issue or investigating. And up to now, we are getting any result on the school. And each of the Muslim community, I think the government was to be a Nipo team to get a hand on this because there was some of the things they can think on. I didn't get getting heavily on giving Muslim people how to win election.
Thank you, sir. 077771075 or 05551101075. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, welcome to Spoon Talk, sir.
Okay, my name is Daniel Colley.
Daniel Colley.
Yes.
Make your point. Good.
So I would like to congratulate our president. You know, we got to learn from the old people. When you enter in the village, if you want to know much about the village, you got to go around the old people. Because they live longer, they have a lot of stories to tell you. I'm a young man, and I understand how things look there in this country. What I want to say tonight is that we got to motivate the young people in this country. They will be strong. We will do everything. The old people, they have done their part, but we, the young people, we have done our lazy in this country. We all try to shape everything on government, but we got to be strong and progress our leader in Jesus' name.
Amen. 077771075, 05551101075. Call and be live right here on the show. Let's talk about it. What is it you want to talk about before the CEO and the rest of the panelists come through? Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, you're live on the show. What is your name?
Jalla.
You are live on the show, sir. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're live. What is your name? All right, let's take another caller. 077777105 or 055510107. Good evening.
Good evening, Sis Lavida. How are you?
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm speaking with Ravi Harvey Mokesa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since what I'm speaking on is that there's some of the intentional killing in this country. When the thing that man did to that girl, that man I need to go to jail. You see what that man did, that man sent death to the man that you don't need to send that kind of person to jail. You don't need the government send that kind of person. That person go just get rid of that person go by their business. Because you look at somebody in staff jail, that somebody who charge jail and they say get the person to jail this and the person to alive. It's not good. So the government got to work on it. Yeah, you can look at somebody and just intentionally just starve them on. Not even the person not loving, not even to look at nothing to the person, then you say go to jail. The family too, Lord that another person. So the government really needs to work on it.
Thank you, sir. I mean, if someone has a killer instinct, what is the government going to do about it? This man stabbed the girl in her neck. So, people say it was premeditated. People that really know the gentleman, Bill Jalla, 38 years old, they said that this guy, if you see him, say, you won't even believe that there is someone that can even take a life. A very intelligent, well-disciplined looking young man, put together. He knows how to go to work. He had a family. But according to the story surrounding this situation, is that, he left his family for this girl. And now the girl didn't want to be with him anymore. And they got some people, they can't stand rejection. Somebody could be going through that right now. The fact that you say you can't accept rejection, it might just lead you into getting into serious trouble, like taking away a life and, messing up your own future as well. Because if he's going to go to jail, I'm talking about going to Saw Beach. You can imagine what's going to happen to him. That he's going to have the worst nightmare. And he has left a family hurt, in pain, and traumatized. So, people that just don't want to accept rejection, somebody say they didn't want you, they're not by force. All right. Okay, let's talk to you. Good evening. 077771075 or 055510107. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the show. Sir, what is your name? Where are you calling us from? You are live on the show. What is your name? All right. It seems we are experiencing some technical issues, but keep calling 077771075 or 055510107. This is your program. Spoon Talk is right here live on Spoon TV. We are also live on Super TV, Fabric TV. We are live on Fabric 101.1 and Spoon 107.5. And of course, we are across other platforms in Liberia. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Sir, you live on the show. Tell us your name, where you calling us from, and straight to the point.
Okay, my name is Tom Arapaco. I'm calling from 72nd. My attention has been drawn to the president recent statement made. That statement was a complete mistake from the president. I saw the expansion struggling to interpret and other strong supporters of the United Party trying to interpret here and there. Let me say this. Everyone makes mistakes. And for me, I believe in the president's strength when it comes to corruption. There's no way that President Braga will for corruption. You understand that? And this can be proven on some of the steps he are taking. But the statement made was not actually intentional. It was quite unfortunate that the statement just came out. But for the Unity Party and maybe and the government to come and be interpreting here and there, it's sort to our intelligence, our reading and comprehension. It's like you say something and the thing is clear, then you say it is not it. And we who seeing it, we who believe in the president, sometimes we argue from one point to another. And you think that we just love the president when the president made mistake and we say yes to it. That was a mistake, I think. It's quite unfortunate. And they should come up and have the courage to say mistake. But that was a clear mistake. It was never, ever any other thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Dr. Richardson already, but before I bring Dr. Richardson in, I just want to, give you a gist of this story where the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Liberia, Councillor Oswald Ntwe, has urged 38 inmates granted executive clemency by President Joseph Newman Boaka to cherish their second chance and use it wisely as they rejoin society to rebuild their lives. They didn't offer you or give you those clemencies so that you come back in society and start committing crimes again, but use it wisely according to the Justice Minister, Councillor Oswald Twer. Dr. Richardson, good evening.
Hello, Lorena. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Welcome. Compliments of the season, Doc.
You too. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Look great. I love the hair. Love the glasses and everything.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. That's my reading glasses.
I know it looks like It looks like like sunglasses or something, but it looks good. It looks like you're getting ready for the season. Even though I know you're busy today, you were like all over the place today.
Well, since this morning until almost 7. So I'm sorry you couldn't have your Spoon Talk business this evening. You and CEO Titi Kane, went from different townships. Tour with the First Lady of Liberia. She was there, giving out Christmas presents and distributing different items in different communities, different townships. We started from Johnsonville, and then we went to Garnersville, and then from Garnersville to Bannersville, from Bannersville to New Georgia, from New Georgia to Doe community, just one township after another. And she had to get down and talk to the people and share the gifts, who had to deal with the crowd and all of that. It was amazing, but it was also really exhausting as well. But I have to be here again tonight. So but we are here to do the people's job. And so, Dr. Richardson, you are there. I think you have been following stories in Liberia, what has been happening. And you people talked about it on the Spoon Talk the other night, day before yesterday night. Last night, you've been talking about the president's statement and the opening of the University of Liberia. You also saw what happened. CEO, welcome, or good evening, sir. Yeah. Hi, sir. And you also saw what happened with Bill Jalla, Dr. Richardson, who murdered Princess Wu.
Yes.
That has been the trending topic conversation, because what the president mistakenly, according to supporters, people that say they really love Liberia, they say that mistake, that thing that's on the president cannot support corruption. But then again, across the country, people have been talking about Bill Jalla murdering Princess Wu. A lot of people say it was premeditated because of the way he stabbed her and where he stabbed her. And she died as soon as she was rushed at the JFK Medical Center. Yes, he was at the Supreme Court, at the criminal court today. And our reporter was there. And we have the story on Spoon page. And across
that.
Yeah.
Wow.
There are different stories on that issue. People said they were together before. CEO, good evening, sir. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Clearly, yes, sir.
Oh, Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
A little jet lag, but I'm doing well.
Where are you? What do you mean jet lag? Where are you, Dr. Richardson?
I'm home in New Jersey.
But you said jet lag. How will you have a jet lag and you're home?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, let's start the show.
All right. So I shouldn't worry about it.
No, don't worry about it.
Lorena, how you doing, Lorena? Lorena, have you seen Dr. Richardson, or are you going to see her?
I haven't seen her. I'm seeing her now, just on visual, but physically quiet.
Now, Richardson, I like the hairstyle, how you just like blow it out.
Do you? Oh, great! Thank you.
Yeah.
I've been sleeping, so I just woke up and wanted to do something. But thank you.
Oh, you've been sleeping? You're home? You're in New Jersey? Or you're home? Which one?
You crew for true when you just
Martinez should leave you alone. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Titi, send me one more text. You know what?
Question now. We are family, right?
Yes. Let me just tell you something. I was thinking to Tia. I said, I've never ever engaged in repeated fights with someone. You didn't want you. Almost like even my brothers, I don't fight with them like the way I fight with you. My husband, I don't fight with him like the way I fight with you. You just you will pick up one story. You will not leave it alone. You will just keep going and going and going and going.
No, it's not about fighting.
You're small or something.
No. Yeah, the peppermint, the Oma peppermint. But it's not about fighting.
I kind of fight. I swear to God,
it's not about fighting. It's just that you just ask questions. The little children here, they ask so many questions because they want answer. They want to learn. So I'm trying to learn. I just ask questions to get answer.
The question is not like question you be asking me. It's like you can be picking fights all the time with me. Like I don't know why.
You call that picking fight?
Yes, like with my brother, my brothers, we have civil conversation. How you doing? Blah 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 blah. My husband, we have civil conversation. But you,
Those are your brothers. That's your husband. I am your friend on the show. I need to ask questions when we come to do a show. So it's okay. I'm asking questions on behalf of the Liberian people.
And even in my classroom, said my students don't even ask me questions.
Those are your students. They're begging you to grade them 80 and above. So as you know, they got to be afraid. So it's okay. All right.
This thing in my Liberian part, I think about this thing. I said this make it list. So when he pick up something today, he also need completely different. He also need new. Last night,
how were you? Okay, so we have what's his name? I woke up this morning, right? 213 text messages in the chat room this morning. All from Mo Ali, Steven Johnson, Abdullah Mame, Clinton, Ava, Asido. These guys going against Uncle Sam.
Yes, badly.
You have 90% of the messages just on Uncle Sam. Yeah. So then I asked myself, you guys can plan this thing. You'll wake up with a mindset that we're going to attack Uncle Sam.
Yes, because
Uncle Sam has lived his life. Uncle Sam retired.
You told them that.
Uncle Sam will say your own. You'll say your own, but they are so bent on attacking Uncle Sam, like finding the old newspaper from 1979, going down and going on Google and finding this. And I said, y'all got to leave him alone. This is our Uncle Sam. He's a historian.
Well, they said they were coming on the show today to fight out, to continue.
He will never come on the show. Steven is a punk. He's scared. He's a punk. You will talk in the back, but you will not find him coming on. He can't.
Mo Ali, the show specifically
Mo Ali, the ombudsman, gave him clarity yet to come on.
My people, y'all listen, y'all better come, because Mo Ali say he coming here for Uncle Sam today, so this show will not be easy.
Mo Ali ain't got no guts to come attack Uncle Sam. I will personally attack Mo Ali. He got to leave Uncle Sam alone. Yeah, I will. Mo Ali got a lot of stuff that we can attack him on, but he coming here to talk about Uncle Sam. Mo Ali and Uncle Sam that mate, they ain't no mate. I beg you, yeah. They think Uncle Sam, the places Uncle Sam have gone, the things he have seen, what he have done, you can't make any comparison. Uncle Sam is far younger than Mo Ali. Mo Ali can learn from Uncle Sam. Mo Ali should be begging Uncle Sam for wisdom. The way to navigate, both internationally and nationally. Seriously.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's like two parties fighting in the chat room, the Unity Party and the Seditions.
No, but so where is the ANC, if I should ask?
I don't know.
You see, you call the other people party there, Lorena. If I talk about ANC, then don't talk about ANC.
Because you don't stop. You not pick up another story. I will tell you, say, I know.
What do you mean I can't stop? That's what Richard said. Are we going to have a cool show? Do you want us to have a cool, quiet program?
That only means you see.
If you want to do that, allow me. I'll go wear my necktie or my bow and put my jacket on and sit down and read from the e-volume of AI and give big words and let the Liberian people go into there and say, yeah, this man no boy, you can call BB words. No, we are here to serve the people.
That's not why I
we are here to serve the people. That's it. We are here to give the Liberian people information that they are not privileged to. Only us. Right, Lorena? We don't want to tell the people the truth.
Lorena, you will be my witness today. Lorena is here.
Oh, Lorena, are you producing today?
Yeah, Lorena is our producer today.
As well, Lorena not do her hair, she not do her nails, she put her glasses on. The wall stage about to look at Lorena. Everybody now, hey Lorena. Everybody now looking at Lorena. They see Lorena. Lorena. Wow.
Intelligent.
I know Lorena open the phone line against a traffic guy and all what they will be calling.
Lorena, see what I tell you? You got to give up yourself.
I guarantee you, if I'm not opening the phone line against some traffic guy, will be calling. The woman working will beg you.
Yeah, Lorena. Me, I let Lorena. She's like, you know, they had to. She gonna beat you.
Oh, Tony Sparks said, yeah, Lorena come to what? You see, people start commenting about Lorena now.
So Lorena can't sell a market. What kind of market? Yeah. Supreme Lady, man. Somebody say,
what is your name? Your name Supreme Lady?
I am the Supreme Lady, seal.
Why? Why are you Supreme?
I'm the Supreme of sir.
You're the Supreme
of all the ladies that have been on the radio, you know, when we first got on the radio, when we used to be DJs, that was my DJ name, Supreme Lady. And since then, I've been running airways.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Emmett Aaron says she's so beautiful.
Supreme Lady. Wow. What a name. You see, so folks are working at the network. I don't know them. I really don't know them. You know, I don't know their names. I don't know all of them. You asked me, only two female I know, Denise and Lorena, right? You guys are having.
Madam, and Pat, myself, Denise, we have Rosemary, we have Acelia, you know, and the other ladies in
the one I always on VOA. I mean, what's her name?
Denise is a correspondent for VOA.
Oh, our Denise?
One of the correspondents, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's good.
The correspondents, yeah.
That's good. Beautiful, beautiful.
You guys are so wonderful.
Yeah, man, we do. We appreciate you guys, you know, and you guys. I think when is Denise coming on?
She should have been on Thursday.
Then what happened?
I thought she would be on next week Thursday.
Oh, that's a schedule.
Are you reading the comment, Lorraine?
Yeah, we have one. We have one day. The females Thursday and Friday.
Nice, very nice.
Oh, okay. All right. Listen, wherever you find yourself, we want to say again, there's a big thing going on in the country. We will talk Liberia, we talk our own, you talk your own. We try our best to make Liberia better. It's a quiet Friday from my end. I don't know what Dr. Richardson is, but it's a quiet Friday from my end. Dr. Richardson, your background looks different. The big curtains. And that kind of the curtain bar, we don't use it yet, right? And the stuff that is on the wall, I think that's the AC. No. You're not in America because I don't think we use that kind of AC yet, right, Lorena? That AC is like, is from, let me see that Richardson. Let me see the AC.
I don't know about like brand AC.
Does that AC look like that brand AC? Look over that Richardson head.
AC hiding or AC?
Those curtains look like it from the Jalla shop down the street.
Yeah, they're from the Jalla shop. You're right.
Did you say I'm gonna leave you again? So let me leave you. Folks, what's on your mind? What's on your mind today? What's on your mind? And you know, what really you thinking about as we get ready to enter the new year? Today is the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. Oh, 30 days have September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31 days except February. So now we got 4 more days, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we got 4 more days. But I believe that the riches don't know that quick. And you know, days of the week of the month of the year. The riches, how many weeks we have in the year? Not in a leap year. In a year.
That Shimmer Brown show. You can remember Shimmer Brown?
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember Shimmer Brown?
But listen, can you take 5 calls? I know the guys coming are going to be having a wonderful show. Let's ask some questions. Pastor Raymond is contributing $500. He said, "We're going to do God can bless anybody the first Sunday." So he said, I can take $50 for the $500 and ask just any question. If you get it right now, the first 5 callers that Richard said, you're allowed to ask 2. I'm going to ask 2. Lorena will ask 1. But let's do it real quick. Pastor Raymond from the Redeemer Lutheran Church in Trenton, New Jersey, he's contributing $500 as a give back for the season. And all of the $500, you say, okay, And let me start the question now. So before we start the show, please, if you have it, don't call. If you outside of Liberia, don't call. We want calls only for Liberia, and each answer is $10. Real quick, we're going to do 5 or 10 questions. It can be any question. Just answer it and walk away with your money. All right. This is from Pastor Raymond Collison of the Redeemer Lutheran Church in Trenton. This is from Pastor Raymond Collison. Supreme Lady, can we open the phone line real quick? And let's see if Dr. Rich is in people that will answer the question.
Yeah, we already have callers on the line.
Yeah, let's go to them.
All right. Good evening. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, what is your name?
This is James. We are calling from Rock Hill.
Okay, James, we are. What's the question, CEO?
James, we are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My first question to you, how long you been watching Spoon Talk? How long?
I've been watching Spoon Talk for the past 1 year.
Okay, so you must answer this question. Who had one of the biggest hits on Spoon Talk with Mike Jabate? And the person told Mike Jabate, what's your birth certificate? Who that person? Call that person name quick.
I didn't get a question correctly.
Somebody we had on Spoon Talk. They told Mike Jabate, do you have a birth certificate? Who that person?
Who has which certificate?
The person asked Mark Jabate if he has a Liberian birth certificate. The person used to be on Spoon Talk. Who is that person?
The man, yeah, and question, but go to the next caller. Let's go to the next caller. I won't finish my own or 2 questions. That Richardson will answer 2. That person was Reverend Levi Mountain. So go to the next one real quick.
Yeah, the next caller is on. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Mr. Gina, calling from Habel.
Okay.
All the way Habel in Magibi, my dear friend and brother. Welcome to the show. Let me ask you a quick question. How many representatives do we have in Magibi?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. I'm not getting you quite clear.
How many representatives do we have in Magibi?
Magibi, we have.
What the answer?
You said how many representatives?
There are 4.
4.
No, that is spelled it. We don't want to make a mistake. You say how many?
You said how many, sir? How many representatives? You asking somebody?
But find somebody else. Bring somebody else. That man done. Bring somebody else. Y'all gotta be fast, man. You gotta be fast, man. You from the place that you know, my friend.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Mohammed.
All right, Mohammed. Listen to the question.
Mohammed.
Yes, CEO. Good evening to you.
Good evening, my dear friend. Hey, Mohammed, you my man, though. Don't miss this one. You ready?
Hello?
Yes, just listen to the question, please.
Mohammed, can you hear me?
I'm getting you, but you're not don't worry. With the question will be. She'll repeat it after me.
Okay.
Why?
Okay, so what is he saying?
He's saying if he doesn't hear you, I will repeat the question.
So where is he calling from?
Mohammed, where are you calling from? Douala.
So he calling from Montserrat, Douala.
Yeah, Montserrat County.
Montserrat County. Good, Mohammed, let me ask you a quick question. After Montserrat, if you're on your way, should I ask this question, or this question would be a hard question for my man? This guy, my man. So how many districts do we have, electoral district do we have in Montserrat?
17 districts.
17 electoral district. Correct. $10, Mohammed. You pay yourself $10, please. $10. That's good.
Mohammed, call your phone name again, please.
Mohammed M. Kanajion. My number is 0888.
Yes.
086.
Go ahead.
239158.
239158. Mohammed is on Mohammed Khan is on a number, right?
Exactly so.
Okay, Mohammed. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Richardson will be logging in again. I got to ask Dr. Richardson a question till she come back. Let's go to the next one real quick. Folks, it's easy $50 giveaway. This is from our brother, the Reverend Raymond Carlson of the Redeemed Lutheran Church in Trenton, South Broad, Trenton, New Jersey. Let me get my last person here, then we can bring in Dr. Richardson.
What is your name?
My name is Molu Moba.
Molu Molba. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Johnsonville.
Johnsonville.
Molu Moba calling from Johnsonville. Quick question, my dear friend and brother. What's the name of the health minister in Liberia, the current health minister name?
I'm wearing it, man.
What is the name of the current health minister in Liberia? He doesn't know.
Oh my God! Tell me I'm here with the two doctor, man. We gotta go. Go ahead. My last question.
Okay. Good evening. Hello? Yes. What is your name?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jutel and I call from Beaumont.
Jutel?
Yes.
You are calling from Beaumont?
Yes.
He's calling from Beaumont, sir.
The person that called from McGibby, they went off or the won?
They didn't win. They missed it. They went
off.
Okay.
So from Beaumont, he called from Beaumont. We asked a Beaumont sister to ask him a question.
Yeah,
Dr. Richardson.
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, he's from Beaumont. Oh, Dr. Richardson is frozen. All right, let me ask you though.
Just relax.
So I'm going to ask you, how many electoral districts in Bon County?
Did you hear it?
No, my dad me quick.
How many electoral districts in Bon County?
I'm really very well.
What did you say?
He says, say again, please.
7 electoral districts in Beaumont. Let me say in Bon County, please.
Is that correct? Dr. Richardson? Is that correct, Lorena?
Madam, gotta help me.
Correct. So he got 7, is correct. And let's take his name real quick, and then we'll go to Dr. Richardson to ask 2, and Dr. Bobler will squeeze in 2.
Give me your phone name and number on it, please. Hello. Wow, he left the line.
You go? Amen. Yeah. Dr. Richardson, and you will ask your 2 questions.
Yeah, my internet is giving problems, so you hear me, and then I probably will be coming in and out. I don't know what's going on. Can I can ask any question?
What's your name?
Emmanuel Kona.
Emmanuel Kona. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bomi.
He's calling from Bomi County.
Yeah.
Okay, Emmanuel. What Bible verse that says, "To whom much is given, much is required"? One of my favorite Bible verses.
Hello?
To whom much is given, much is expected. Which Bible verse is that? Okay. No light. Let's take another caller. Good evening. Please lower your monitor.
How you doing?
Yes, good evening. What is your name?
Michael T. Nimne.
Michael T. Nimne. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Monserrado.
Calling from Monserrado. Michael is from Monserrado. Yes, listen, please.
Yes. Okay. Michael, can you tell me the verse in the Bible that says, "To whom much is given, much is expected"? One of my favorite Bible verses.
Which Bible verse says, "To whom much is given, much is expected"? Which Bible verse is that? You don't know.
No.
I know. 07777107510. Another caller is
okay. Dr. Brooklyn, let me just work my question. Maybe I'll
all right.
Dr. Brooklyn, let me go to you. Let me just work.
Good evening.
Yeah, I want someone to win.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Sagaraya from Peace Island.
Yeah?
Sagaraya from Peace Island.
Sagaraya from Peace Island. That is Monserrado.
Dr. Bobler, can you come in with your 2 questions, sir? Just any question.
Sure.
Yes.
So name two vice presidents Liberia became president. Two vice presidents became president.
Name two vice presidents that became presidents in Liberia.
This President Joseph Yimel Bwaga and Samuel Kedo.
Man, person can help you. We'll come back tomorrow.
1075050510. Please lower your monitor. Yes. Good evening. You're live on the show. Your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Anthony Fania.
Anthony Fania. Where are you calling from?
From ELWA.
From where?
ELWA.
ELWA. That's Montserrat.
All right. So, how many capital cities are in the Republic of Liberia?
You know how many capital cities?
Yes, in the Republic of Liberia.
One.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One capital city. Thank you. 07777.
Wait, 1 minute. Is it correct?
Yes. Capital cities of the Republic. So that was a trick question. There are 15 capital cities. There are 15 capital cities, but there is a capital city of the Republic. That was a trick question.
So, no, you are saying that he's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. You got his name and his phone number?
No. Please
There's
call
one
back.
city of the Republic. There are 15 capital cities of the counties.
But you said in the Republic of Liberia. That's what I'm confused.
In the Republic. In the Republic, there should have been 15 plus 1.
Yes,
15
sir.
plus 1.
So he was wrong. Let's go back to Dr. Richard to your last question. Folks, this is $500 contribution that came in from our friend and brother Reverend Raymond Caldison of the Redeemer Lutheran Church in Trenton. Again, we started giveaway on Sunday. He will be doing God Can Bless Anybody on the show. But we thought we could use $50 off it, but we have only 2 winners, right? 2 or 1?
For now, we have 1. Good evening.
Just 1? Wow.
Yeah,
yes, you're live on the show. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Smoky. I'm calling from Brother.
Sumo Fania? You say your name is Sumo Fania?
Smoky Fanon.
Smoky Sanon. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Brother.
From Brother.
Yeah. So my question is, Bentol is named after which president?
I'm not getting you, please.
Tag your question again, please.
My question is, Bentol, Ventol, is named after which president?
Bentol is named after which president?
Say that?
Bentol, the city, is named after which president?
Hey, you know it, just say you know it, man. Don't waste your time.
I'm not getting the question.
Okay.
Okay, so you know it.
My second question is...
All the doctor, I say hard question there.
That's an easy question though.
All right, let's take this person. Good evening. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Brazil.
Okay.
Brazil.
Calling from Brazil.
I'm trying to think. Dr. Brooke, can you please ask one question? Because I'm thinking about easier question.
Sure. So, how many counties and the body of water that borders Margibi? Name the counties that border Margibi and the body of water. Margibi County is bordered by blank, 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 and blank.
Blank, blank, blank. That's correct. I love that question. So go ahead, my friend.
Hello?
Margibi County is bordered by blank, 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 blank.
Margibi County is Boswara County, Krembasa, Bone, and Bapolu.
Dr.
in a
Brooklyn, did you
river.
get
No, that last one in there.
Yeah, that Bapalu, where you take it from? I mean, you wrong. Bapalu down there, Bapalu way
Yeah,
down
a
to
river,
the
right?
cluster.
Yeah, the last one there. The first one
Yeah.
should be a body of water.
A body of
Yeah.
water.
So the man may say. So, folks, thank you very much. We'll be going to our program for today. Only one winner we have, and the winner is Mohammed Khan. I hope you got his phone number 0886-239-158. We want to say to you, Mohammed, you want yourself $10. This is contribution from Reverend Pastor Raymond Carlson of the Redeemer Lutheran Church in Trenton. He will be doing God Can Bless Anybody on Sunday, spending 500. Now he will be spending $490 because we spent $10 out of the 500. So again, we want to say to all of you, it's a beautiful day. Thank you very much. Continue watching the show. Maybe at the end of the show, we'll do another $50 giveaway. Wherever you find yourself, our winner today is Mohammed Khan. Mohammed won $10. $10. Again, please, we have to do this and test your mindset. We have to test you. We hope you can answer. The doctor there asking doctor that question. I just asked my simple question. That Richard said, go in the Bible, to whom much is given, much is expected. What way the person remember that Bible verse? Eh? That the Bible say how many capital cities? A tricky question. How many capital within the Republic of Liberia? How you expect us to know we went off on this one? Folks, that is data then that hey, we get it. All right. Thanks to all of you. Let's get into the conversation. Welcome, Dr. Francis Chinwe Richardson, and welcome, Dr. Boble. How you guys doing? It's good to have you, Lorena Honorary, the Supreme Lady. Thank you for producing for us today. Yes. Dr. Richardson, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here with Dr. Brooklyn and also with you, Stanton. It's good so far. Enjoy my vacation. That's what I like to say. Getting the first couple of days, I got some well-needed rest. Been hearing a lot of little things, interesting things, but I'll wait to hear how the show proceed with the different topics that we're going to be discussing today. But yes, I'm happy to be here.
Very much, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Bobla, it's good to have you, my friend.
Thank you, Stanton. It's always good. Lorena, good to see you. Thank you for holding it down from that end. In Magibi, it's quiet tonight, and all is well. All is well. So we look forward to the next day and the day after the next, and we're marching towards some big stuff around here. So we'll see what happens. But it's always good to be here. And welcome to all of our friends who join Spoon every night. You are making a difference. Let's keep talking. Let's keep talking.
Yes, sir. We have to talk. I taught my own, you taught your own. We hope that we are making a difference. Dr. Boplet and Dr. Richardson and our sister, hang with us, Lorena. When we do the show, we want to say to all of you, and those of you out there, we recognize you. Thank you for joining us. Ahmed Jalanso, Emmanuel Colley, Augustine Bondo, Anthony W. Gay, Sion, Oterio Didaga Dennis, Maran Do, Bill Carlson, Moses Dubai, Fanny Sibu. Other names sound familiar, so Richardson or Eisenberg question. Fanny Sibu. Yeah, Clara Konju, Mala, Jackson Spear, Samuel Sonda, D. Humphrey Jacob, and all the good people want to welcome you all to Spoon Talk today. Let's make this interesting. Let's have a wonderful show, a very laid-back show. Now, after we have said our own, well, I want to go back to Dr. Bopler first. Dr. Bopler, what's on your mind today for the show?
Well, so last night we started talking about something that's important, the university, and our need to get it right and to get it open again, to begin to impact all these thousands of students that depend on the university. I hope that we are closer, and I believe our conversation contributed, and I hope we're closer to getting the university started. But I will tell you what's on my mind today are two things, two very important infrastructure that helps move this country forward. That is electricity, Stanton, and connectivity. Electricity and connectivity. And I would like to see, as we move into the new year, a bigger push to have electricity more stabilized and extended across the country. Also, connectivity, because the internet facilitates a whole bunch of stuff now and socioeconomic development. So, we're here. Some of us, we're blessed. We got 5 so we can afford to pay for the service, but we don't get the service, CEO. And it's very frustrating. So I hope that we move to a better place where we can have these services so that we can make more. We can have more development because we have electricity and we have connectivity. Those two things are critical. So that's what's
So,
on.
let's stick with the LDC. We saw the changes that after Money Captain and his partners left. Well, what do you think? Are they making any progress? What are you hearing so far since they took over?
Nothing big, nothing bold. It's just been somewhat quiet. And I thought that there would be a new rollout for LEC. Look, um, if the government, I've been saying this for years, and hopefully someday we'll get there. If we privatize electricity in Liberia, our country, one company can supply all of Liberia. One company can supply all of Liberia. And if you do that, you have efficiency, you will generate more revenue, you will have this vital service that we desperately need. The government will be in a better place, the country will be in a better place. When you think about it, CEO, electricity is national security, is healthcare delivery. I mean, it affects everything. So I was hoping, I still am hoping, that we'll produce some kind of bold plan for privatizing electricity in the country. Over a 2-year period, we can get it done. Some time ago, or maybe a year now or so, or less than a year, there were interest from Turkey to privatize. And as usual, we push back and we run this government operation. Government was not meant to be player, coach, spectator, referee, all in the same game. Privatize LEC, supply the whole country, and let's develop quicker.
We will be discussing that further. And as we all know, that Rich is saying, we also want to talk about today is actually the last Friday in this year. Today is the last Friday in this year. We're going to tap into grading the government, right? We want to understand what do people think about Joseph Boakai 1 year in power. President Boakai 1 year in power on different with the arrest agenda. When you talk about the arrest agenda, how you think the president, to you, is the government performing well? To you, your own takeaway. And Dr. Richard, I know you come in. This is what we'll be talking about, not this. What's the arrest agenda if somebody didn't pull it down? So let me hear you. What's on your mind for the discussion tonight? We had the arrest information up. This is it. This is it. Agricultural rules, rule of law, education, sanitation, tourism. Within 1 year, what do you think this government, how far have they gone within 1 year? Talk to me, Dr. Richardson, what's on your mind for the show?
So, yes, I'll be happy to discuss the arrest agenda as we dive into that. But last night, I think when I have years of, I turned on the show and noticed that, Dr. Brooklyn had brought up the University of Liberia's discussion. And I thought it was what a wonderful discussion you guys had. And I just, I really wish I was here to participate. But what I heard him saying in my words, or in perhaps using some of his words, was there are 3 major things that needs to happen at the university. One is the academic integrity. How do you search for a university professor? He had given a guideline, like a map, to sort of ask the community to be involved, the students to be involved. This is what other people do, faculty members to be involved. let's not politicize, these university president's appointments. When you add the community and the students, you kind of have a buy-in from the students, and it becomes there to take some ownership, of what's happening at the university, instead of just having a president appointing someone because he knows that person or because that person is a friend. So this is how other people around the world are doing it. You get references from where this person worked in the past, and that's great. A lot of times, sometimes we put people in places that they're not even experienced with the job. It's a misfit. So I think this time around, I really wish for there be a recommendation, like Dr. Perez said, that they have the students, certain group of students interviewing the president, faculty members interviewing them, the community in which University of Liberia resides should interview them. And I also thought about, a conducive environment. Every time I see pictures of the university, or when I see the university, it's to my eye. I don't know if you guys
I think your
the landscaping is poor.
I think your internet. Then now, because of what is happening to you, we know that yes, indeed, you're in Liberia. You don't have to say anything for them. Because of your internet interruption, Dr. Boble, we know her location right now. I can tell you, only in Liberia, Dr. Boble. We know, we can confirm 100% that Dr. Richardson is not in this country. If you think it's a joke, Dr. Richardson, talk to us. Talk to us, I hear you again.
We started this show with the personality of a crewman, that they don't let things go easily. There's always this fight that I've never ever experienced before in my life, So today, can you just bottle up that personality for a little bit? All right.
Everybody just saying Dr. Boble is there. He's in Liberia. Well, he know exactly. Only in Liberia, this thing is taking place.
I was moving on, and I was talking about just the environment not being conducive. People might think that just having a building, that's not what make a place a learning center. You have to have the students have to be stimulated. They shouldn't be distracted by molds on the building, lack of painting, lack of landscaping, water from the ceiling, and all of these, no bathroom, all of these things have to be addressed. And lastly, some sort of modernization has to happen for a huge university, our premier university in the country. We don't have a proper working online program. We are way behind. Most universities these days, there's a component of the curriculum that is online, So I just wish that we could get our acts together, and it can be done. I really do believe that it can be done. You have to modernize. Students are using different types of Blackboard, Moodle. The professors put their lectures, PowerPoint presentations online. The students get to review it, they critique it. The grades are. There's all of these interesting connectivity can do for the university, and let alone we don't have all of those things, but they're still getting PhD programs. So I'm not sure how all of that going to work, but yes, there's a lot that can be done, and it can be done. I have strong faith. I have a strong belief that things can be made differently at the university. So it was a great conversation that you guys had yesterday, and there's many people who have exposure to different universities that can bring in different ideas that can support the university. I don't know how we're able to find $1.8 million to fix a Capitol building in a jiffy, but we can't do that to fix the university.
So
that's
this is what we're going to do, right?
In my mind, that I just can't get over.
I think you're right, but let's ask the people, Dr. Boble. You have a university student at your house. People out there, they sit at home. Let's ask them, why the university stay closed? Let's get up to that. I know we got a big show. I want to talk about the finance ministry of Manpower. I have document of the allegation of corruption. I'm going to share this on the show today. I want to talk about the finance ministry and what they are doing, the allegation of corruption. But again, I'm asking you, Lorena, let's ask the Liberian young men and women, right, Dr. Bopler? Let's ask them, why is the university closed? And how do they feel that the university closed for 1 year? Only on the university, we're coming back to you. 1 year, talk to us. Why you think the university is still closed? And how do you feel, though? I'm going to take some calls from this end. Then, Lorena, let's do this. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? All right, my friend. I beg you, if you call, you got to get away from your radio. Lorena, let's go in studio. When you call, just answer through the phone, please. Lorena? You are muted, Lorena.
Okay.
You are good now. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. You want me to call us?
Yes, take some calls that ask about the university being closed. We are going to do this easy walk through the year-end review. Yeah. University of Liberia University is closed. How do you feel? We have Dr. Bopler and Dr. Richardson here. Talk to us.
We have the first caller already. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, what is your name?
My name is Abraham Smith.
All right. The university has been closed for almost a year now. What do you think?
It's so sad. I'm a student at University of Liberia reading accounting and public administration.
All right.
So imagine the University of Liberia computer lab is running up to standard. But then people taking 15, 20,000 for graph. I did computer for 2 semesters now. One computer gets you on. Even fair to blow you. With the 200-300 students in one class. It's very powerful. One semester I end up, can we go to school? It's so painful. It's very, very painful. We don't even know what to do. It's very painful. On a very serious note, people got to really talk for us. We are going to school. We are in our world. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's talk to more callers. 077771075 055510107.
200-300 students in one class, Dr. Bopler? Is that what he just said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Wow.
The computer lab, there are no computers working.
Let's take more calls, guys. Talk to us on this university closure, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, what is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Joseph Corey. I call you from Singapore.
All right, quickly. How do you feel that the university has been closed for almost a year?
Yeah, one of the reasons why the university is always closed is most of the time the staff will come out to say they need increment in salary or they need benefits and stuff. And sometimes when they come out with that decision, you see that they'll go slow on campus. There'll be no classes. And, and students will protest. Because when we not going to school, we definitely have a protest for government to intervene. Since then, when they came out with our decision that, they're going slow, they need increment, they need other benefits, the school have been closed almost 1 year now.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, he said the professors on go slow, and that's why the school.
Yeah, let's give them time to really talk. I mean, what are the area that which one of the program they are taking at the university, how long they've been there. Folks, this is a big conversation. Let's have it. Let's listen to the people in Liberia. Those that attend the university, let's listen to them. Go ahead, Lorena.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, what is your name? Where are you calling from? And straight to the topic.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Tikia, and I call you from Palm Hill, Balance Township, Montreal County.
All right.
I am a student of the University of Liberia, reading demographic major and public administration minor. And it's so funny to hear about my university, the Stable University, closed for almost a year. A lot of questions have been raised. The hotel will open Jalla, we will know. Another time will come. We don't get anything about university. So it's somewhere silent. You people should really talk for at least this coming year for us to reopen. We have been sitting for a very long time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
077771075 055510175. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening for the
Welcome to Spoon Talk. All right.
No, my sister is so sorry to have the stadium for the closed for almost a year, and what you hold up within our state, the intervene because of our government to see how well to open the school because of all these years now. That school was so many students, over 35,000 students. And leadership project in our school is a 4-age problem. We have to come together as leader of the country to solve that 4-age problem. We expect our president that he would solve the that one of the people saw the student by themselves. The boy to solve the problem. We see the problem still depreciate the university going back. That immigration man in the capital, what's settled issue that you get about 3 more after 3 more will give your leadership. 3 more power the in the capital of the president. So, and the two is that you have an organization and focus on a university called offer. And offer, anything offer say that because the work all of the day. People will feel offer will manipulate the student community without demonstrating. And give the leadership there. We don't need a point in the system, we don't need a point in the system. I want money, we want money. Start demanding. The people within the same system will manipulate the student too. Who don't want to learn, but they just have to call confusion.
Thank you very much. 077771075 0555101.
Let me take this one real quick. Your name and where you joining us from? Talk to us.
This is very happening because we have these people that criticize everything. We have the most experienced, person I ever said to all of them. And then I'm left with a question to ask them how can they manage? How can we manage? Because you're not experience. But the more experienced man can now the university is closed for a whole year. There's no war, there's no COVID, there's no virus in the country. I think my dream job we have tried if we ever hire because of being closed, I think it was COVID. But now we have the more experienced man that came. Whatever I was thinking the song around with the most experience, and you can't manage, then how the other people manage?
Thank you.
It's a big shame.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Lorena, go ahead. Guys, again, this is about the University of Liberia. We want to hear you. Why are you home? Why the university ain't open yet? Welcome to the show, Paul Kennedy, and let's hear you. Go ahead, Lorena. Let's take calls.
All right. We have another caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Okay. Your name to the point. Yeah.
My name is Ebenezer Williams, and I call from Freeport. We just want to say thank you to Tuaka for the many good things that he has done. And we hope that next year he will do the same thing for us and give his many excuses. Today we can see one good thing that he did. He's telling parents of Liberia that when you see education is
let's get back to the university. We'll come back to that, Lorena. Let's get back to the university, okay?
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Wilfred from German City.
Okay.
I'm a student of the State University reading General Agriculture. And came for 2 years mission, for 3 year mission, but I spent 2 years waiting for another year to end because I came as transfer student. But now school has been closed for a while now. So I travel to local country to see how best I can go back to the community college because you are really wasting our time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really wasting our time. So I'm asking you people to please advocate for us so that we can open at least so we can complete our school.
All right. 077771075 055510175. Keep putting your calls through. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, welcome to the show. Your name, sir?
Yeah, thank you. This is Alfonso Boy, and I do join you from my bulletin resident where I give you the show too. Good evening, Lorena and the panelists of Stanton, Dr. Butler, Dr. Stanton,
Good evening.
You know, the issue of the University of Liberia is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that since the war, since after the war, University of Liberia has not been able to run 2 semesters a year. Very difficult. Even that Arafat Pontet, who just left the university during his tenure, you will have the whole year, 1 semester, sometimes 2 years, 1 semester. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. So I want to call on the Board of Trustees of the University of Liberia and the visitor, that is the President of Liberia, His Excellency President Joseph Yuma Boakai, to do the needful and at least be able to run this school 2 semesters a year, if not 3 semesters. Please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. More callers.
All right, hold on. I get one person here. Let me make this the last, and we'll go back in the studio. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
Yeah, my name is Noble Fumberland. I'm calling from St. Paul, Minnesota. See, I just want to make a quick comment on the closing of the university. That the reopening of the university must be prioritized at once. That's our highest institution of learning that produce and creates leaders to lead the country forward. I live in Minnesota. I work at the Minnesota House of Representatives. And when there is a budget surplus in the state of Minnesota, guess where that goes? Education. Because you know why? That's the future. That's how the nations get developed. That's how they get ahead. But without that, it's going to be bad for the country. So the government needs to prioritize at once, right now as we speak, reopening that institution. It cannot be closed for a whole year. That is disgraceful. It's shameful. That's all my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Lorena. Let's get into it from our end. We listen to the people of Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia folks. We're going to take more calls. Let's get into the conversation a little bit. Dr. Richardson, Dr. Bople, Paul Kennedy. Wow. I'm taking note over here, Dr. Bople. They are saying that 200 to 300 students in a class, a computer lab, no computer, but you say you have a computer lab. No electricity, but you have a computer lab. What's going on, Dr. Bople? Talk to us.
Well, I can't say exactly what those numbers are today, Stanton. But I know when I was a student there, we were at least 200 in our sociology class. So I can speak to that. I did visit the university.
I'm sorry, let me ask you a question. You're talking about 200 students in one class or in the day or for the entire class that
man, one sociology class, we used to meet in the auditorium with at least 200 people. But
that's a problem. Hold on, because I tell the university to help me. All my schooling was year after high school from Washington, okay? I want to understand. You are saying everybody in the auditorium and all the students in your social class, we're talking about 200 packed in that class. How many instructors? One?
Yeah, and well, it gets better now because the instructor didn't have a microphone. Okay, to 200 of us. But let me say this. So I visited university years after I graduated, and they were having class under a building outside. Okay, I didn't count, but just looked like it's about 150 plus. Some were sitting, some were standing. So the university needs a shift, a cultural shift. So I hope this whole preparation to revive and restart is not just bring a new leader, bring a new vision, and bring a shift in the culture of the university. This is one of our treasures, but we've done poorly with it. No excuses. It's been that way for too long, and we need a shift. And it can be done. It can be done.
So Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, Dr. Boble. I thought this thing that we're talking about 200, 100 students. It's like this is a genocide on education. This is something that people are laughing at us. I see why the university stay closed. Dr. Richardson, How many students do you have on one of your everyday classes?
Well, you have to look at the size of the university, and some universities in the United States, they do have larger classes, but those, we're talking about the Temple University. That's a huge school. I mean, Temple University have many students, so it makes sense to me why they can have some of the students in the lecture room. But University of Liberia is not that huge. We shouldn't have,
Sorry to interrupt you. Do you know any university in America having 200 students with no microphone, no?
No. The universities that I know in the United States, because I remember I have daughters that have attended universities, and even I did myself. I did attend one of my classes earlier on many years ago, was a room full of about 100 students, again in a huge auditorium. But at that time, even I've been at a college, maybe about I want to say 10, 15 years now, they did have a loud microphone and everybody heard, and it was, presented on a PowerPoint presentation type thing, a projector. So yeah, I do know some universities in the United States, but they make it conducive to the students, and that's what we're talking about earlier. You cannot have a program where you have 200 students in the room and they can barely hear you, they can barely see what you're teaching. So, but for the amount of students at the University of Liberia, I do not believe that you can equate having 200 students in a room for teaching. It just doesn't. That's when I talk about a conducive environment. But I think it was Senator Snow said something very important. I just wanted to throw this light on to why the university isn't open. He spoke about them waiting to get receipts from the current president. I don't know if you remember that. He said that they had called him to hearing, he was supposed to provide receipts. So that because they wanted to know why he spent so much money in his budget, and there was no accountability for it. So that was one of the reasons that contributed to the university being closed. I think if I recall correctly. Yeah. To answer a question about, I have never, it's too big, too many students, that's too many students to be in one classroom.
Thank you. Paul Kelly, welcome to the show, and Governor Clinton, it's always good to have you. But man, listen to the callers, Paul. And I like your setting. I think your wife is doing extremely well. Seriously, she's making it to be a professional guy now. So I really like that.
Thank you.
But talk to me.
Larry King.
You look like Larry King. It's true. Talk to me, Paul. Here's the issue, though. You've been there. You're a professor, and I mean, what are you hearing? It's disturbing, man.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing, and like Dr. Francis said, Howard, so there are certain courses like microbiology. Is a required course. It's a prerequisite course for all of the students in allied health, nursing, medicine. So those classes you will see at certain point in time will be, really high in number. The current microbiology 413 course now, you have about 120 students in there, but they are well situated in a huge auditorium. We'll have whiteboard, a microphone, all of the decks, more or less, you have speakers on the ground. So it is really, when you speak in the mic, everyone in the hall will hear you. Everyone in that room will hear you. It's spacious enough, even though you got 100 students in there, it's spacious enough, you can even administer a test in there and everybody will be comfortable. I don't know. I know I went to the University of Liberia, unfortunately, so I'm not really familiar with the class size. We are talking about some of the rooms there are 14 by 20, and the rooms are cram-packed. I've passed around there and seen people standing up in classes writing. So Stanton is a dire situation that requires a national attention. People need to really put their mind to it. Maybe we even need to have a retreat of what are the next steps into improving the situation at a university.
Thank you, but the university, for what do you think? What are you hearing? That they are not going to open. We got 4 more days to the new year, and probably it will go into the middle of the new year. Still, the issue about having university president, the issue about money. The announcement that came up from the attendant guy that was there to find the president, contact that is on his way to Washington, D.C. He left it as it is, and everything is messed up at the university. The year in review, the president arrest agenda, education. We'll ask the question whether the president failed in education. But let's stick with the University of Paul Kennedy. Why? I mean, how did we get here? I mean, talk to me.
So what I'm hearing is that, of course, the university has a schedule on, and they run a 2 semesters school year, right? Some universities will run a quarter, but the University of Liberia runs of a semester base. I'm told once upon a time they ran a quarter based school, but now I think they reverted to the semester year. I'm not sure when it starts, but it came back to the time they were starting semester in August and ending in May, like every other university around the world. But I think they went back to their January schedule. I need to find that out. You cannot run a university without a full leadership. They actually need, like yesterday, to find a president, if there is not one, who's going to work with the Senate, the student Senate, the faculty Senate, to be able to put the board of directors, to be able to put information together on how the schools run. One of the challenges we see is that most of the funding of the University of Liberia is tied to the national budget. Students can barely meet and make ends to meet. So it's difficult for them to pay. And I'm told that they're paying less than $10 a credit hour, which is also a problem. If you are depending solely on government to fund the school, government has to increase the university budget. The Health Sciences Library here at Howard University has a $1.7 billion budget, just the Health Sciences Library. And we're talking about the laboratory system where you students go to read and learn and research. And so if entire University of Liberia have less than $100,000, $200,000, I'm not sure. I need to find out what the University of Liberia annual budget is. They should be thinking at least $10 to $20 million to effectively run that school on a hardcore management perspective. $20 million is too small, but for the Liberian setting, I'm not sure how far we can carry that at the university level.
So Paul, it was $22 million 2 years ago, and I heard that they've added to that. So I'm not sure what.
Yeah, it was $33 million. I about to put it up. I'm uploading. It was $33 million. The question folks were asking whether they receive all of the money. Some senators ran with the information that yes, we give now the money. Folks from the University of Liberia reached out and said no, we didn't receive all of the money, and that's why we have the problem. So again, lawmakers are saying, well, the funds were allocated. Those are allocation, right? But did the people really receive the money to operate? They want to celebrate that they increased it to $33 million, but people say no, you can increase it to $500 million. Those are just numbers on papers, right, Clinton? But they will receive the money. And that's why the university is now opening that to public. But Clinton, welcome to the show. Let's hear you on this.
Look, Stanton, I said before that the conditions of schools in Liberia and just the universities in Liberia, my own personal experience, I had the opportunity to have, been out of the country a few times before I graduated from high school in 2002. So when I left Lamela High School and I went to the UMU at the time, United Methodist University, I was so disappointed with what I saw. I just decided I wasn't going to school after the first 2 weeks. Some of the conditions here, like we had one class that was in like a hall, huge hall. The professor is standing somewhere on the stage. You can barely hear him, So I mean, I have been out of the country and I'm saying like what a university should look like. I'm like, no, this is not. I'm not going to do this. And I just decided I just dropped out of school until I left the country before I continue. I like Dr. Ruple Porkin and Dr. Richard said, there are universities here, of course, especially when you get into those general education classes. There are, you're going to have 100+ students in a room, but the facilities. When I went to Montclair State University, like when I did some of the classes like cultural anthropology, general classes, like this place is like a theater, You had like 100+ inch screen. The professor is down there at the podium. You have all these seats, like you're in a conference hall. Like everybody has a microphone, and you can press the button when you want to talk. And this is a whole like you're in. So it's not the same, So you have to have these kind of facilities if you want to have in a big classroom. I've gone to the University of Liberia many times, and I sent students to the window, because the classroom is still so packed. They're at the window, and they're, taking, the notes from the window. It's just sad that we expect our country to develop. We expect to have a future when you have an educational system this messy, this bad, this infrastructure. And again, go back to, they branded up the Capitol building. These people, within a matter of 24 hours, they're thinking about $1.8 million in the budget to rebuild the Capitol. But mind you, I think we're in the Capitol. I think they would turn out somewhere that in the Capitol, their offices were not affected, but this is a priority for them. You have a university that has been closed for so long, and we can have any kind of emergency legislative section or anything to find money to open it. It is a problem. We are a society of a bunch of selfish people who really don't care, especially the people in government. Their families are doing well. Kids are in some of the most sophisticated schools, and they're fine. And that's it. It's a problem. There has to be a national conversation around the University of Liberia. I think, as a matter of fact, we need to move the university from where it is and remove the politics. And I think part of the problem is, again, like Paul said, the national budget tie in. The government should be able to give some grants to the university, like universities here get grants. But we need to find, yeah. But you need to find a team, right? We need to make sure that the president of abroad is not, appointing officials. Let's have a board trust to do that. Let's completely remove. I mean, the university is a political hotbed. It's a serious political environment. It is not anything for education. Not from my experience going around the university. We need to change all of that. That school is not going to move forward. We're not going to have, the kind of change we need if we don't entirely remove, divorce that entire university from the politics of our country. That's it, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Let me get this caller. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hi, CEO. My name is Melvin Howard, former national president of the Alumni Association of the University of Liberia in Americas. How you guys doing?
Thank God. Thank you very much. Make your point, sir. Talk to us.
Well, I decided to weigh in because this subject matter kind of dear to my heart, because I know what the university has done for me and other folks. We got good education from the University of Liberia, so we cannot despair the university now. But ladies and gentlemen, let's be fair and frank to the point. It is happening to see an institution that made good people, including myself and other folks around the world, stay close. The reason is not to apportion blame on one person. Let call us pay. For past government, I will say this openly for the record, they are not interested in education. You talk about Edwin Snow, Senator Snow said the Snow graduated from the University of Liberia, but instead, they're rather taking $10,000 home and teaching the university professor home or paid. I teach at the university, in the United States here. This country value education because that's the future generation for tomorrow. But for Liberia, none. We will not focus on those so-called politicians, very corrupt, that will take all the hard-earned money and let the poor folks at the University of Liberia suffer. It is happening. You cannot approach the blame to President Boaka, to President Weah. It has been from government to government, from our lawmakers. I think one of the reasons being that if you are not educated, you have no value in education. Let's look at your Senate and look at your House of Representatives. With all due respect to them, they're not my own brother. He's a high school graduate. What really interest you have in education for LU? Look at all the lawmakers represented. They are not educated, so they don't care. So the folks, the main reason here, we need to tell our government. If 15 or 30,000 you put it in your budget to buy you car to ride on no road,
Give to education to educate the children. Now, with regards to the classes, let me just correct us. Corona said that the university never ran 3 semesters. That's not true. When we attended University of Liberia, I know we ran 2 semesters every year with graded. I can need some folks that were in class. The later ones do not. They got point. Those are folks that we went to school together, right? The issue of the classes, some of you know what been to Fender, and we have a very modern building at Fender campus. Yeah, that the woman said, I did social science. Social science or general course like maybe take up to 100 to 200 students. But the CEO to end the issue here, let our government, especially our law makers, let them prioritize education. Yeah, let them lead it corruption. Look at the most speaker is spending thousands of dollars just for them when they're putting on capital.
Thank you. Thank you, Marvin. Thank you very much, Marvin. Thank you. It's good having you. Thank you. So let's come back. Dr. Bopla, Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Governor Clinton. I think it's a problem. So President Boaga asked Dr. Conte, right, Dr. Bopla, and said, listen, I want to find a president for this university, help me out. Read the letter. November 15th, Dr. Conte, message from the acting president of the University of Liberia, Dr. Hassan Conte, to the general student body. Dr. Conte said, listen, we are not going to open the school. I think this should be in the chat room. If not, let me put it in the chat room. Dr. Conte was straight up. He said, listen, we do not have the resources to open the school. And this was sent to the executive mansion. We have all the other documents. Let me put this in the chat room for you to see. And today we are saying, well, that's the end. 1 whole year. You can do 2 semesters or summer classes. You add that whatsoever 3 semesters. It's done. Then you expect our people to be so smart and say, yes, we are advanced. So I didn't attend a university, but the Great Seal, University of Liberia, formerly Liberia College, since 1862. Let me drop this in the chat room, and I need to put all the other information in there. There we go. It's in the chat room, folks. Since 1862, there we have it. He said, I am pleased to provide you with this update on the ongoing effort to improve our university infrastructure and academic environment. We started planning, since June 2024. After careful consideration and consultation, I am announcing that the resumption of classes previously scheduled for November 18 will be rescheduled to a new date to be determined by the Faculty Senate, which will meet early next week. This adjustment will allow us to complete the renovation work and ensure that all facilities meet their standard all students deserve. And listen to the reason, though. It's there, it's in the chat room. Listen, the message of date to be determined since November 18. Nothing. Zero. Dr. Boblek, how does this affect the young men and women in our country, looking at the environment that they will have to just sit there and wait on God's time?
I got to say though, I think that the way we as in the leadership, the first branch of government, the executive branch, the way we have responded, we've handled and responded to the situation at the UL. It's very disheartening and very unfortunate. So the first branch of government allocates resources for their new cars. That money they find money for trips, they find money for retreat. And when the building got burned, it was in a split second allocation, 1 point something million dollars. How is it that you can't find money for the university? So to me, it's a lack of will to be able to do this. And it's wrong. If we're not going to run the university, then shut it down. Don't have students hanging on to false hope. Of course, we're not going to shut the university down. So let's hurry up, get new leadership, introduce new culture, new vision, and let's rebrand the university so that it can be a premier academic institution. The people who allocate resources should do so. No excuses. You're finding money for other things. Find money for the university. The president needs to weigh in also, laying in on those who allocate and have oversight and make the funds available for the university. We always find money for other things. Find money, open the university, but start to change the culture. It's not just money. Money is not the only challenge at the university. It's a culture. I know. I went there. I graduated from there. I went to law school there. So the university has issues and it needs a cultural shift. It needs new leadership, visionary leadership, a dynamic approach to education at a public school run in a private way. It can be done.
So I'm beginning to think though, Dr. Boplet, Dr. Rich is saying, the lawmakers, senators, they're celebrating giving the university $33 million. Oh yeah. Put all the car money together. Put the minister's car money, put everything together. Put all the extra $150,000 each of them going to get, and just continue to add all the messed up program they have created themselves. But they want to celebrate $33 million for a university, and they're claiming that those are allocation. But the university folks say it's just no money. Dr. Rich is saying, just no money, plain blank, simple, no money. And everybody want to agree that, well, the university must open. You read the letter. We cannot open. We are not meeting standard. You know what I say? We ain't got money to do jack. So we are not opening. Let me hear you because you read the letter, and I want to put it the other reason, the outline, different reasons. I want to put it up. Let me hear you, Dr. Richardson.
Well, I mean, the university has what, about 19,000 students that are not going to school right now. And they're saying that they can't open the university because they need to make improvement in the classrooms. They need to have proper sanitation. They need to have Wi-Fi services and to improve the transportation between the University of Liberia and the Fender campus. And all of those things, yes, are much needed, but they don't make a university. You know, I think we started out talking about academic integrity. You know, what's going to happen to the current faculty members that they have? Are they looking to upgrade their status, not upgrade their status? Are they looking to improve in the curriculum of the students? Are they looking to, offer different types of classes that are in more alignment with what current universities are doing? Every maybe year or so, you have to review your curriculum. There are some courses that are just not needed anymore. And there's some courses that are needed right now. Like, for example, in my field of study, concentration, we didn't have professional development in the past because, people knew how to behave professionally. But with this generation that we see coming, they just think that they can speak and come to class whenever, talk whenever, email their professors whenever they feel like emailing, So we had to add professional development. Forensic psychology is a big thing now with psychology because a lot of times the court system is working with psychologists now, and we didn't have that. We didn't have neuropsychology. These are all up and coming areas in the field of psychology. So you have to be able to review your curriculum to improve your academic integrity. You have to be able to hire the best professors in the world. Like we talk about, the way that you hire professors is not by appointing your friends or appointing somebody that you have to use a meritocracy-based system. You have to get the community involved. Dr. Brooklyn said last night, which I thought was highly impressive. You have to get the community involved. You have to get the students involved. You have to get the Senate, the faculty senate involved. You have to get the board of the school board involved if they have one. There's all these myriad of people that you have to get together to make sure that there's a buy-in. Okay, the greatest thing is that they know that they own this university, is theirs, and they were responsible for bringing the people to teach them or to run the university. And if anything happens, those people should be held accountable for the university. But if you don't have that, I don't know why they're doing that and not involved. People who graduate from the school, they should be involved in this hiring process, because if anybody, they know the school best. They know who they want. They know the value of that school. I mean, they probably, I don't know, Dr. Probably, do you know if they include people that graduate from the school to be on the board and get them involved with hiring process? I don't know, but I know that it works best when you have people from the university who attend a university to at least be part of the hiring process, or at least be part of the suggestion process for the university. So that's what I wanted to add. So there's academic integrity, there's modernization, there's a conducive learning environment. Those three things, if you don't have them, I think you're falling short. You shortchanging the students at the university. The ratio between female and a male student was just interesting. I think there's 12,000 male from the statistics that I saw to 6,500 female. They need to work on that.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you while we move on.
Yeah, look, Senator, we've said it all. The closure of the University of Liberia in itself is a crisis that does not only affect the students and the faculty, but the entire future of Liberia. We all know that, universities are the source by which leaders are developed and created to manage the country's human and natural resources. So the fact that our university has been closed, the major university has been closed, is a problem. So the lack of leadership problem, they need to look at the current vacuum in leadership and make a decision to see how they can structure it. The financial constraint is also creating some major challenges for the university. I mean, we're over 15,000 students going to the university. They need an immediate structure to bring the leadership in. Then they need to create an accountable funding sources. And listen, university fundings do not only come from government budget. Universities have the opportunity to collaborate with other universities and through research, and a lot of money could come in the process. You have the sciences there. Liberia has a very huge potential for research. Everything is pretty much unknown in Liberia, right? So the University of Liberia could really lead the direction into creating a research base that could funnel money into the country, right? And that money could be supplementary to the budgetary allocation that come from government. But that cannot happen in the absence of a strong faculty institutional-based university. Because if you need to have a research that's going to be bringing money, the integrity of the research has to be up to the standards. You cannot plagiarize and just copy and paste and submit research findings. So that, and then we need to diversify the resource mobilization. There are a couple of the university needs to write grant to institutions like UNESCO. UNESCO is funding universities around the world. You got exactly, and just from the social science anthropology department aspect of it, the alumni of the university, like Dr. Francine said, could come together to also be mobilizing funding sources for the institution. So there are just 900 ways the University of Liberia can get money. Too many ways. I mean, you got partner universities that are looking to collaborate with universities in Africa that are sitting here in the US. So I'm hoping that the University Alumni Association has people who will be looking out to see how they can bring these kind of funding opportunity to the country and do not only depend on the national budget. $33 million a year to run the University of Liberia is very small. So in addition to that 33 million, you could have all of these research funding coming and funding opportunity and grants coming that will actually help to bring it up to 50, maybe 60 million. If you can get 50 or 60 million, it's not going to do everything, but it could do a lot for the University of Liberia. So my suggestion would be that, they begin to look at outside funding sources, advocate for legislation to increase the budget a little more, but they themselves now, as a university alumni association, should interlink with the faculty so that they put a sustainability plan together that will move the university for a 5-year term. At least they can start on a 5-year period. Every 5 years, they look at a plan and put a strategic plan together that will move the university operation and management. Stanton?
Thank you very much. We welcome Jackie to the show. Jackie, before we get to you, let me bring in Clinton. Clinton, talk to us the way forward, how we got here. I'm putting this in the chat room. Just look at this if you can. And I believe, Jackie, you're in our chat room, correct? I think you are, because you only post European Star kind of news. So it's good to see you, Jackie. Yeah, the American reporter. So let me put this up real quick, but then we'll hear from Clinton. Clinton, bear with me 1 minute, brother. Let me put this up. It's very important that I think it's in the chat room. These are some of the reasons the university is still closed. We can go through them. These are some of the reasons the university is still closed. Wherefore, in view of the foregoing, the members of UFAR resolve on the following. I love to read. You can take any part of it, Clinton. The faculty awaits the appointment of new president before resuming classes. Imagine that, though. Imagine that. So everybody must sit down now for the people then to get a new president first. So I mean, everybody, your children, 1 year gone. Who making this decision? 1 year finished. So 1 year now passed, it's gone. The outstanding issue in the June 14, 2024 resolution, as restated below, be settled. What are the outstanding issues, folks? You know, when we come to your everyday on Sponto and say we get this information, you give us chance to have a good conversation now. We discuss everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. What are the outstanding issues? That your children staying home, that they are turning into Zokos and Zokis, that they are involved in things that you are saying you can't imagine. While some people in Liberia, their children are going to school every day, good learning environment, but your children staying home, that all areas and current salaries of part-time faculty must be settled without any precondition. Can you hear that? You hear that? And when you tell people, people say, no, it's not for money business. They say it's not for money business, the university are not opening. They want me wonder and say, what are you talking about? These are the outstanding issues that were discussed. And the government saying we gave $111 million to the education ministry, the highest. And all of the $111 million, $33 million go to the University of Liberia. So then what happened? Oh, when I went down the booklet, the man at Brown University took conversation. He go.
But Stanton, did the money actually go to the unit? Because allocation and disbursement are two different things.
See, the people that
you can allocate 33 million.
I get it. It's in the budget. We'll find the all terms. I get it. I'll put it up. But folks, let's research when we come to have this conversation and inform our fellow Liberians. Just imagine, though. Imagine, they're owing the people salary. Even part-time teacher, Glenny, welcome to the show. They're owing them. They say you got to settle us. That the long-standing promotion of faculty members must be implemented without any precondition. Look at the dumb reason why they can't open a university, Glenny. The people that need promotion, and you promote that. Lord have mercy. That all retroactive payment of staff members must be settled without any, so they're owing the people now. Retroactive payment, delays. The person will get our money or you're not opening. That all disparities of staff be settled without further delay, that the bus for Senji be provided as agreed, that a classroom on all campuses and environment be given a facelift, that a comprehensive audit of the university be executed. That I want to say, no, they want it. Let me put all the document in our chat room for you to read. And you'll tell us, since June 14 to today, now you will know the main reason why your children can go to school. Clinton, talk to me. This is the Spoon Talk. Welcome.
Look, I mean, we've said everything here. The university situation is appalling. There's no question about that. There, Paul was onto something. Just because you apportion money in the budget doesn't mean these people get it. The Ministry of Finance, there's been, look, a lot of people have said in different places around the country, whether in counties, there are hospitals and clinics in counties that just have gotten been a portion of money in the budget, and maybe they got 10% of that money and never got the rest of the money the entire fiscal year. This is not something strange. So whether the university received that money that was a portion is another thing, because they have a habit where the executive can run all of his budget and start going off budget spending before you even start the budget. So we have to find out how much of that money really went to the University of Liberia. So, and again, the university has to be depoliticized. If you read the letter, one of the things that the president then highlighted was the student violence on the campus. I've said that we need to completely get rid of that thing. Of all these pro-militant or whatever student groups on campus. The campus environment is for school. If you want to do something else, look, go somewhere. This soup, students are learning, and then you have soup and pro-South violence. There's no place for that. That's not an academic environment. Of course, you can say, oh yeah, but yeah. I mean, yeah, there are times in America where students have come together to protect national issues, where the Vienna War or the issues in Israel and Palestine. But, there are times. But this thing where you just have these permanent groups on campus and all they're there for is to just, engage in politics and do nothing else. And even these faculties who want promotion, I mean, Dr. Richardson, you know much, but you're a professor. There's a tenure track, right? You guys have a thing where you have 10 news and you have track. People don't just say, promote me because, you need to be promoted. And there's a lot of, Dr. Richardson, you're muted.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I've never seen any kind of faculty promotion without any preconditions. You have to put a whole binder together to get promoted. You have to tell people, what you've been doing for the past couple of years. You have to see your student evaluation. You have to get colleagues, letters you write of references from your colleagues or anybody else that you know. So those are all preconditions to make sure that you are a good fit for the job.
Right. So, and that's the thing. People, these things, I mean, we run institutions in Liberia, like everything is, is different from everywhere around the world is done. How many of these professors, how many of them are writing books? When I went to school, some of the books I was reading were the very professors who were teaching the course. They wrote those books. I went to school one semester and I saw somebody that Dr. Tony Spanago, who was teaching me, Latin American politics. And the next semester he was in Venezuela doing research and writing. How many of these professors are writing for the students? Or they're still telling these students to go find books from wherever they can find, and they're not researching, they're not writing, they're lazy. So holistically, the university, I mean, people themselves can be asking for the students, the teachers, the faculty, everybody. There has to be an entire reform, and that has to begin with first, we have to remove the politics from the University of Liberia. The president of Liberia got too many things to worry about. He should not be worrying about who's the president. And I don't know where they get from with the visitor and university nonsense that they have. Look, he needs to be completely removed from the academic and let the academics people deal with that. All these things just breed, tension at the University of Liberia. Let's have the board of trustees do the hiring, do the evaluation of these people, and recruit the best professors, and let's move this thing. Let's upgrade the facilities.
Thank you.
Let's upgrade the facilities.
Thank you very much. So I'll be so happy again, guys. Everything we are saying is because we want to see Liberia better. We have so many information from the University of Liberia, whether the president step in, whether the president appoint president, whether a member can appoint president. It's all coming from that Capitol building. It's all coming from that Capitol building. It's a shame and disgrace. Ask your lawmakers and ask some of your ministers and directors if they're children going to that university. That will explain to you that the Bible says his daughter in the house stayed home. That will explain to you. Let me welcome Jackie, and I'll welcome my sister Glennie. Jackie, my sister also. So if I say sister Glennie and sister Jackie, anyway, I really welcome Jackie alone and forget about Glennie. Jackie, good to see you here.
Thank you, Stanton. Hello, everybody. Good
You're
to
welcome,
be here.
Jackie. What's your take on the university? And just bear with us, we're still uploading those documents in the chat room. I hope you guys can save them because it's a very scary recommendations and reason why the university is now opening. Talk to me, Jackie.
Stanton, of course. I mean, I've been listening to some of the things that about LU here, and I think everybody has a point. The university, higher education is extremely very important. And we all know that LU has had its own share of issues, regardless of who's been in government. There've always been some issues, and we know that we have the political groups there who will always voice their opinion. Government come and government go on, not just national issues, but issues with the university. Having said that, what I do know that's going on is that the university will soon be opening very soon. Sometime within the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, LU should be opening, from what I've learned. And of course, I hear everybody talking about the money that has been dispersed to the university, which MFDB has dispersed that money to the university. So, will there be positive changes going forward? With the new incoming president that had, I guess, that is in the process of being selected, and hopefully will soon be announced. Um, there will be some changes, and just we should expect better changes going forward with the allocation to the school. The school will soon be open, and with a new incoming president that in the process right now of being selected and announced, and that's going to happen very very soon. So the school will be
Okay.
open very soon,
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you very
as
much.
they address all the issues that have been discussed here today.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Lorena. Kami, you want to add something? I mean, we have a female panelist, I mean, producer tonight, so we're going to tap into you. We welcome you, Lorena. They call the Lady Supreme. Thank you for producing. We're trying to mix the guys up with females. We have Denise. Denise also reporting for VOA. She will be on Spoon. She's one of our many female staffer, and it's good to have you. Dr. Richardson beat on us, and now we have to do the needful. Uh, so, Lorena, you want to add anything to this university? You are muted, Lorena. Can you unmute, please?
Graduated from the university too, CEO. I was hoping to go back to do my master's, and I'm hoping that I can go back to do my master's. But then we used to have 3 semesters at times, and then 2 semesters. But then recently, it has just been like this year has been just 1 semester. But it's the same thing. Most of the time we have students, advocating for those needs that they need, incentives that should be provided for the university. It hasn't been. And at the same time, most of the professors don't get benefits that they need. So, most of these complaints have been coming through, and that's why it has been that way. And we are hoping that it will move forward and that the government can step in and we can have a new university president. And with that, we know that, we can have the university running 3 semesters. That is what we need. Yes, CEO, I was at a university. At times we used to be in class, and we used to ring on us while we are sitting. At times we don't even have chairs. It has always been this has been an age-old problem, as you have been hearing. But yet the university was still running, and we're still going to school. We carry chairs from one building to another. I'm talking about long distances on campus. But we still went to school and we still graduated. We stayed in school for close to 6, 7 years just to get Bachelor of Arts degree. And some of our friends to get, Bachelor of Science degrees, but we did get him in 6 years. But now our friends that are there, they are getting it for close to 7, 8 years just to get a Bachelor of Arts degree or even Bachelor of Science degree. It was not that way. We are hoping that it can get better, because some people want to go back and do their masters. And CEO, when you go outside of Liberia, right here, Ghana or Nigeria, whenever you talk about the university in Liberia, it is under the University of Liberia that they know. If you want to continue your education in maybe Nigeria or Ghana, they will only ask for University of Liberia. That means that's your university known worldwide from Liberia. That is why some of us went to the university, and we are hoping that the university can reopen so that people can go to school. And for those that want to go for the masters, they will be able to go to the master, get the masters. People are concerned. Why is it that people are going to school outside of Liberia, going for masters outside of Liberia? And then some people also are, having these conversations around where people hoping that, the way government do provide scholarships for people to go outside of Liberia, to go to India, Kenya, and other countries. They should have scholarships here too for people to
Thank
go to
you.
school at the University of Liberia.
Thank you, Lorena. It's always good having you. I hope you can come more often. Thank you very much for producing tonight. Let me bring in Sis Glennie. Glennie, talk to us. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. I think a quick fix for LU will not be sufficient. Whether there's a new president coming, opening schools immediately, a quick fix for that university will not suffice. The problem with LU is systemic. There has to be some kind of board or some strategic plan developed for that university to progress. Because if we're saying, oh, a new president is starting, school will be opening soon, we hear that. We want that. But how sustainable is that? For how long? When will it stop again? Will this new president come now and be able to fix all of the problems in LU? Does the government even know what the problems are that exist with the university and how it can be fixed? And what plan they're going to put in place to fix it? I think we understand that the students have not gone to school, but I think it will be beneficial to the country and to the students that whatever is happening, that it is looked at clearly. And the problem is remedied with a fix that will be sustainable, that will be permanent. Not something that's intermediate, that was something that's we're just gonna do it now, and then the next month again there would be a problem. I don't think the problem is the new president. I think someone yesterday spoke about maybe doing a research and finding what is the problem really. How can this be fixed so that students go to school and they're not breaking in and out? We heard Lorena, 7-8 years to be able to get a bachelor's degree. That should not suffice. But this has been the systemic problem. I think the problem is finding out exactly, do a case study, find out what's wrong. Why is it that this university has had this long-term problem? What can we do to fix it so that it is fixed permanently? That new president will come 2-3 months from now. People will still be there. There will still be buildings leaking. There will still be no chairs for students. They will still be going through the same problems. People will not have the tuition to pay. It's been that way for many years. So a quick fix with just a new president and opening school right away will not fix the university. This is a priority. We have McGill is the chairman on education in the Senate. What are they doing? What are they talking about? What is the plan? All these temporary fixes won't help the student. They're not going to help. We need something that will be permanent to fix that university permanently. And if it means that, like when we were on Cottington and the walking, we were able to transfer to LU. And I'm from the class that after the war from Cottington, after the war, I went to Cottington, we had the opportunity to do it. Is there a possibility where students can be transferred to other universities around so that they can fix the problem with LU? I think this is more than a conversation. This is more than a suggestion. This is, for me, this is more than just saying let's find a new president. This is more than saying Joseph Boyka, the president should not be in charge of appointing. There's more to fixing the systemic problem in LU than the temporary things that we're hearing about. It's not going to be sustainable. And I graduated from LU too, and it hurts. It saddens us that for many years this has been the problem. It still has not been. Government after government, there's still a problem with LU.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you. Thank you very, very much. We're going to close on the university issue.
Stanton, can I say something real quick? I see the audience asking me a question to clarify something.
No, wait 1 minute, Jackie. I beg you, Mama.
Okay.
We're gonna
All
give
right.
everybody the 30 seconds to speak, and when we get to you, I told you guys take your eyes from that audience; it'll drive you crazy. But again, what we're gonna do here is that let's close it on this. We gotta go to some allegation coming from finance ministry about corruption. We got to talk about that conversation today. I want to welcome all of you. It's very important that you stick with us. It was good that Dr. Poplar brought out this university conversation. Now, the way forward, we get the information that also saying that, well, Stanton, this is it. The underlying fact that the content, was called for only 90 days to solve some of the issue, but that the content made things worse. He failed to negotiate. He failed to get involved because of his appointment that he wanted to ask for. This is the people from the University for Washington, D.C. Now, the other person is saying, Stanton, did the university earn more than 7,000 monthly for the president and 10 vice president? University get 10 vice president? Is that true? Can somebody correct us here? The president and 10 different vice president or deputy or whatsoever, they earn over $7,000 monthly. I don't know what it's each, but again, on average, faculty members making 1,000. People are complaining on it. So let's just go back and talk about all the different issues at the university. We'll come back again to discuss this thing because the arrest agenda on President Barker, this arrest agenda talk, E, E, E is for education. E is for education. Get closer with this thing. The year in review on education, Dr. Bokla, let me start with you. Has President Barker failed 1 year on education as part of the arrest agenda? Knowing everything you know and seeing everything, Dr. Bokla. This is our closing on this one today.
I don't think the president has failed. Everything begins with a plan. He has a plan. Problem is the execution. I think he's been too slow, and I think he has not been as bold. When you keep allowing budgetary allocations to prioritize compensation, benefits, vehicles, trips, and then I meet with the Minister of Education, and she
Dr. Bobler will come back to you, Paul Kennedy. You want to talk to us? Same question. Fail or pass, or on condition. Your take on this 1 year review on education as with the arrest agenda. President Barker, how are you going to grade him, sir?
It's as an educator, I will be looking at several factors. To grade the president. At this moment, I will give him a 75%. In all honesty, I'm trying to take the politics out of this. There are several challenges when it comes to the issue of education. Teachers, we still have teachers that are not on payroll. They are volunteer teachers, and that is the key into the educational sector. We are looking at when the president will have a fully structured, the agenda through the Ministry of Education will address the vacuum in teaching, because when the primary and secondary education is not really where the tertiary education is just a joke. We've got people at university levels who really cannot read and write. So I'm looking to see how that comes in forward. But up to this time, if 75% is a pass on your grading metric, I would think the president has passed, but he has a lot to do, as far as education is concerned.
Oh, okay. Let me let Dr. Bopler finish up. Dr. Bopler.
Thank you, CEO. So I was saying that everything begins with a plan. The president has a plan, but we need execution. I think in year one, he's been slow and has not been as bold. So when there's always allocation of resources, scarce resources, I should add, for things like trips, things like vehicles, um, and not enough resources for education. I'm not just talking about LU. I traveled the country, and I saw the schools that had more volunteers than had teachers. I saw the schools with no benches. I don't think he's done enough. So I'm not into the grading business. I grade my students. I don't grade the government because to grade the government, I like a little more detail. I like to look at statistics, but I can just tell you as somebody who live here and somebody who's an educator himself, the president, this government has not done nowhere close enough. I pray that 2025 will be a much better year for education. It needs to start with allocating the resources. And I said long time ago, I'll say again, the president need to fight. It's good to fight with the lawmakers for the people's resources. The president needs to fight. How can he do that? He can look at the budget and say, you know what? I'm not signing this because it doesn't have enough resources there for education. You'll go back and you'll reallocate. That makes him the people's president. But to just do this, go along to get along, it's just not working. And we can't just be having conversation about the need in education. All of the obstacles present opportunities. So we haven't done enough in year one at all in the area of education, but year two presents a new opportunity, and we can look forward and do better.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler. Thanks a lot. I'm going to bring in Governor Clinton, Dr. Richardson, Jackie, Glendy, and the producer will take us home on this one. As you all can see, Unity Party platform, that's the education within the arrest, it's at E. Let's bring in Governor Clinton. Has the president done enough? The president failed in the first year on education. Your take?
It's a failure. It's a failure. There's no way to put it. The number one public university in the country is closed. Like, well, how can this be a pass? This is a complete failure on the part of the administration. The president has not. The father of the president has not even publicly spoken about this issue. Not once. Not once he spoken about the university library closure. It tells you that this is no, the president doesn't have an interest in this. The government is not doing much. The University of Liberia should not be closed. They should be doing more. So I would say this is a complete.
You said the president has no interest in education for
the president has absolutely no interest. If he in especially University of Liberia education, if he had an interest in education, he who have moved this process faster than it should. We have 19,000 students at home. The energy of the government has been behind of the entire resources of the government. They put behind removal of speaker. How many times have you seen government officials on Capitol Hill going to support members of the majority bloc? Have you seen how many of those times have you seen the president direct his education minister and folk to go on a university campus with that same amount of energy? This is just not a priority for the government. This is just not a priority for the government. And so for me, this is a complete failure. The university should not be closed. Look, Dr. Colin Gray said something yesterday. You want to talk about this and George Weah, who he said he didn't know anything, didn't do anything. Even him was pushing for the university more than this president has done. On the university have never been closed. Yeah, we have this government who campaign on change, who campaign on ensuring that the Liberian people, they claim that in the last 6 years, Liberians were living through hell. Yeah, well, I don't know if there is anywhere better than hell, because I don't know where that play is, because now we have students can't even go to school. 0 for me.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I think I'm going to side with Dr. Brumlett on this one and not go into grading university, because I want to look at the university from a holistic perspective. I want to look at them as, from the 3 areas like academic integrity, a conducive environment, and funding that can come from other sources, as Paul Kennedy mentioned. And I also want to share, Glennie said something very interesting. A lot of times when universities have problems and they are shutting their doors, they look into something we call self-study. And the self-study doesn't really come from the faculty members. It's like an outside body that sometimes come in and they do a lengthy study on what is the problem. Okay, they engage students, they engage janitors, they engage secretarial staff, they engage faculty members, and they engage, even the president of the university. So they want to know what's the problem. And then, of course, you have a consultant, again, somebody who's been successful in building a university, successful in sustaining the function of the university. So once you have that consultant that you can share your ideas with, it's not somebody that sits at the university, somebody who's outside of the university. Liberia has the capacity to do that. I mean, we have lots of good friends around the world that are willing to come in and help us. And when I also think about education, I also look at the other levels. I look at elementary school, I look at middle school, I look at high school. How are we focusing on this? If we're talking about the rest agenda now, how are we focusing on those populations of students? Are they being prepared enough to come to the university? What causes a student to spend 7 years at a university or 6 years? Is it funding? Is it academic? Is it lack of classes? And then all these different questions I'd like to know. But again, I think learning goes much more beyond who's the president, who's not the president. It goes, as I said, it has to be solid professors who are believing in the idea of publish or perish. That was a long-standing slang that we had in the academic world. You either have to publish or perish. And you have to look at the student also, their credential, their academics, what kind of students do you have? What kind of support are you providing to your students? And then, if you're sitting in your classroom and the rain is pouring down you, or you have to bring chair to the class, I don't know. I give Lorena such credit, because when you said that, Lorena, to tell the truth, my heart broke. Taking your own chair to the university to go to class. It's just like, how do your strength that you have, how do you sit down and focus? Because I'll be wondering, like, is my chair comfortable? How am I going to carry the next chair to the next one? While the teacher talking to me, I'll be thinking about the chair that I'm sitting on and how I brought it to school and where I'm going to take it back, and all of those things, and those are all distraction. And of course, the funding doesn't really have to come from the government alone. NIH provides funding, UNESCO provides funding, UN provides funding. As long as we have a good team of people that are willing to be open to write grants, and also be willing to, when you write grants, it's a try and error type thing. You don't get it the first time, but you keep chipping away. You find experts together to chip away. So that's why I wanted to add. We need academic integrity. We need modernization. We need funding. We need a conducive environment.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Jackie, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Stanton, like I said earlier, the university has always had challenges and still do today. But the point that people are making, that the president has absolutely no interest in the school system, in education, or even in our universities, that statement is completely false and misleading. The president met with the board of trustees earlier this year. He's been on LU campus more than once. And if that's not a president who's not interested in education, then I don't know what is. He hired a minister of education who's experienced, who's doing her best. Let's not forget that when this government took office, there were a good sum of money that was missing from the government covers, on top of the high bill domestic debt that the previous government left. And this new government had to spend the first several months trying to sort all these things out in order for them to cover the various expenses needed to run an effective government, including the education system. So having said that, President Boyka has made it very, very clear on numerous times, even on the university campus. Even when he was a vice president, he always found a way to contribute to the University of Liberia. And now that he's president, he will not do anything when it comes to the university, when it comes to primary education and all the way to advanced education. So that information is wrong. The president is doing his best right now. We got a new budget year. And with the university, you see, $30 million has been transferred over to LU From what I understand, they have the money. The board has already selected the new president, which hopefully they will be announcing very soon. So these things are happening, and people are asking, when is the school scheduled to open? From my understanding, it's scheduled to open the week of January 13th. I'm sure that announcement will be made as to the exact opening date of the school. So it's just about 2 weeks from now where the school will be opening. And right now, people are working behind the scenes. The board is working behind the scenes with the staff to make sure that they work through all these concerns in order for there to be some reform and transformation with the school going forward. So we'll all look forward to that. Everybody concerned is legitimate. Education is very, very important, but the president takes education very, very seriously, and he's doing what he can to make sure that education is transformed and that we have reform in the system under his term. And
Thank you
that's
very
from
much, Jackie. Thank you. Thank you for your own take on this one. Glendy.
So I'm trying to think about a response that is free or any personal biases. I mean, that's what we need today. And I'm sitting and I'm listening to Jackie say the fact that President Barker, and I support President Barker, let me just say that caveat. To say that because the president has visited the campus twice, so it showed that he's interested in LU, I'm embarrassed by that comment. I'm really embarrassed. I'm just going to be upfront. I want to really be free
Why
of
would you be
anything.
embarrassed,
I'm
Wendy?
embarrassed because when you're
A
saying that the
president
president,
visits
but
Jackie,
you're
let's
saying
Jackie,
that
let
when
Glendy
you're
finish. Jackie,
equating,
Jackie,
No, I'm trying to
Jackie,
understand.
Jackie, wait.
When you're equating
Glendy
the
must finish.
president
Yeah,
visiting
wait.
the campus twice as that showing his interest, I'm not going to agree with what governors say that the president doesn't have interest in education. No, I won't agree with that. If President boycott, if education is number one, and he's been president now for almost a year, and he's seen the pride of the university students, have a meeting with the students. Has he done that? Has he gone to meet the students? Has he heard what some of the challenges they've gone through? Let's be realistic. I mean, let's not sugarcoat some of this stuff here. We have evidence as evidenced by Larina's experience. She explained it to us. Well, I'm not going to say he has failed on education, but there's more that he can do for the plight of the students. Let's not sugarcoat it. The fact that he visited the campus twice or the fact that they've given money, we still see that the campus is not open. The school is not open. So President Barker, even McGill and whoever else is in charge of education, have they gone on the campus and met with the university students to hear from them? Have they met with the university student leaders to hear what some of their conditions are? What are some of their plights? Let's be serious and let's just say when it's not right, it's not right. When there's more the government needs to do, let's say the government needs to do more and not just do it because of partisan politics and say, oh, they're doing this. They're bringing a new president is not going to fix LU. I've said that. It won't fix it. If they don't know the systemic problem that's going on in LU, they don't talk to the students, they don't reach out to those teachers to find out some of the things that they're going through, and they don't investigate what they've said here, nothing will happen. And we must be realistic about that. I am a product of the University of Liberia, so I can speak that. I support the Alumni Association here. I give money to the Alumni Association here, so I can speak about it. So if the president is for education, that's the highest level of education. Number one, he needs to show it so that people can know that he's genuine and he cares about the students.
Thank you very much. Again, let me say my own 2 cents. What I do believe.
Can I respond?
Yeah, can I say my own? Then we can open it for you guys to go back and forth.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Did you say I can go ahead? I just want to add a footnote.
Okay, add your footnote. Jackie will add a hand note, and then I will say my own.
I just want to clap for Glendy. Glendy was so on point. But here's what I want to say. I totally affirm what she said. A new leader by itself does not change anything, but leadership does matter. So whoever the president selects to be the president of the University of Liberia must come not only with energy, enthusiasm, but must come with a vision and a plan, and be audacious enough to share that with the Republic so that we can hold each other accountable. Don't just come and take office. Let us know what is the plan for reformation and revival of this great institution. That would be important. Just changing the president, the same mold, give you the same thing. Just changing the president doesn't change the university. We want to see the plan, we want to see the vision, and then we all can chip in to help make our school what it ought to be. I'm a product of LU also.
Thank you very much. You want to add a hand note, Jackie? Then I can come in. You're muted, Jackie.
Yeah, my sister Glennie is speaking with passion, but let's listen clearly to what's going on now. Yes, everybody here know that there's a new president coming. So the board went through a vetting process. So what we should be saying is that we hope that this new president will be different from his or her predecessor and predecessors, and that these concerns will be addressed. I'm sure that whosoever that president is, that president must have idea of all the plights, the problems that are going on with the school. So let's be thankful that one, there is a new president, and let's be hopeful that that new president will come with a new vision and implement those strategies that will reform and transform the school. So why don't we applaud the fact that our new president is coming? Yes, I know there were previous presidents who didn't do what they were supposed to do, but change is coming. Change has already begun. $30 million going to the school. The school is going to be reopened within the next couple of weeks, the week of the 13th. So this is progress. This is update that's being provided here, and we shouldn't just act as though there are not new updates and that this whole thing going to continue to happen. No,
Thank you, Jackie.
the president knows and understands the students' plights, and that's why these changes are taking place.
Thank you very much, Jackie. So let me say my own. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Liberians, it is only important we come on the show and hold our government feet to the fire. I think on the arrest agenda, like you see, everybody see E for education. I think this first year was a failure for this government. It was a complete mess. Now, people shouldn't grade this government only within this first year. President Bouaga came in as vice president under his belt for 12 years. So he came in on a whole different level. How can we sit over here today and say, well, we can just be passive? It's a letdown. So you want to say the whole first year was just to find president for the university? The whole first year, we just only focus on find the president for the university? Does that make sense to anybody? Oh, let's just forget about 2024. We're looking for the president. Guess what? 2025, we'll be looking for the next 10 vice president, because we got to replace the other vice president that you have here. They're right here. I put it up. 10 of them. Then 2026, we'll be looking for the janitors and the carpenters and the builders. What a joke. What a complete mess. President Bouaga knows the University of Liberia. Everything that happened to this government, look how difficult it is for Jackie to defend. Jackie, let me say something to you. $111 million was allocated for education. Out of the 111 million, 33 should be going to the University of Liberia. They didn't get the money. They didn't. Watch the show on Sponsor with Augustine Pay.
They didn't get 30 million.
Excuse me, Jackie, I beg you. Hold on 1 minute now. I beg you, Jackie. I beg you, Jackie. You will not answer to everybody, Jackie. You will have to take some time off. Just relax. The issue remains, the person want all our money, they give them some. It doesn't mean that when they say they allocate this amount, it means you're going to get them all. No. I'm quoting the clip on Augustine Bay Gafon asking about the Minister of Education. He said he didn't know. He was left in thin air. It's a disgrace that the biggest university, state-owned, the one that everybody knows across the world, that we sitting down today to say stay close. What a mess. What a mess. And look at the things that people are looking at. This is from them. It's not from us. That all the arrears and so Jackie, when they get a $33 million, why they still owing the people money?
But
And
Stanton, some of these problems are inherited from the previous government.
Jackie, let me finish. Jackie, let me finish.
The previous government been there when I hear this previous government inherited 12-year mess from you too. So we're going to
I beg you, but man, you see, this is not fair. All of y'all will do your talking. Y'all will ask for footnote and hand note. Y'all will say, and now I'm kind of do my own 30 seconds, then you're interrupting me. Look at this. They're owing the janitor, the security, they say pay our money. But you want to tell us that the poor receive $30 million? That's a joke. That's a complete failure. When you return about the other school, then the children say now in the same jigga getting in the toes though. When you return about your MCSS going to China to buy chairs because no capital in Liberia can face chairs. We ain't get there yet. Yes. They got to go to $35 to $50 US for one chair from China. Only the Chinese people know how to face the best chair. What a disgrace. We didn't even get that close yet. This university, Yomli Kanga Lawrence went through it. Augustine Baye Gafan went through it. Natalia McGill went through it. Stephen Johnson Page went through it. Mo Ali went through it. This university helps so many people in the government today. President Baga went on a campus. The why campus ain't open? He went in the darkness. You got to stop this thing. Let's speak truth to power. Let's look at the people's eyes and tell them that you are failing. You are failing us. Clear. You are messing up. You take this thing to 2025. You go ahead. You take it there. And we'll finish 2024. You go and take it in 2025. We'll remind you continuously. We can't sit here and lie to the Liberian people. Jowiah did it. That's why Jowiah is a one-term president. So are we telling President Baga do the same thing and be one-term president? Is that why we are telling the president? Or are we telling the president, Mr. President, you promised us on the arrest agenda, you say E is for education. This year, you mess up. But you have 4 years, 5 years to fix it. Then people will be tapping back. Nobody get the balls to do that. The president took 3 visits. He went there one time. Hey, how long will it take us to find a university president? How long? And the guys didn't get in mind. They said the audacity. They put it on paper. They said none of this thing, the facility awaits the appointment of the new president before resuming classes. Where are you from? Can you imagine, Clinton? 90%, 100% will stay home. That's a Boble. Yo, when I come to school, they will find a university president. With this information, the person that preparing this information under that content, Joseph Baga sending him to Washington, D.C. to be ambassador. Then he said Joseph Baga get interested in the University of Liberia. Till I see it, I don't believe it. I want to see it.
So,
I beg you, Jackie. We'll finish what I want. Now, everybody will go, Jackie. You know, let me leave this in because you know what? That's what you guys do. That's what you guys do. That the government starts discussion around implementing the remaining salary increment for faculty and staff. If this don't happen, Clinton, the university remain closed. That a comprehensive credential audit be executed. If this doesn't happen, Clinton, the university remain closed. Shall we proceed? That a comprehensive audit of the U.S. executive, if this does not happen, the university remain closed. That the classroom on all campuses and environment be given a facelift. If this doesn't happen, the university remain closed. Then my friend Fragon would say that Benison popping out of my mouth. Not Benison, the real talk. So from where I sit, the president still can do better. And that's what we call it on this. This government failed the Liberian people on education. When you see the 2-year-old, the 3-year-old, the 5-year-old, the children sitting in the sand and jigger going between their toes, and they cannot even have a better education. This government failed the Liberian people. What is the reform? Have you spoken to the education minister about her plan, her long-term goal, her short-term goal reform? Have you spoken to folks, the faculty members, about their plan, the long-term goal, the short-term goal? In 2 years, how the country will be taken out of darkness when you talk about education into the brand new light? Have you heard anything? May God bless the president and the leadership that they can fix this mess. George Manuel left us in mess. And that's why we champion Joseph Yuma Boakai, that he will fix it. He still got a few years to do it. And you'll be dancing by and say it started with Jawea Town. And at the end of the day, we say the next government will say it started with Joseph Boakai Town. That's why Joseph Boakai got 1 year. May God save our state as we move to other conversation. Talk, bring talk. The president failed in the first year on education, but the president got room to do better. And I will be the one on the show to say, Mr. President, you can still do better. You still have time. Do it right. Till we meet again, may God save our state. We move. I know if I say anybody got anything to say, you want to say your own, but bad guys, can we move? That will play. You brought the conversation. Can we just move to the next topic? That will play. Thank you. All right. Let's talk about the Minister of Finance. And while we do that, oh, Jackie.
Send just one word. They did send the $30 million to LU. LU has it. So I just want to clarify that. And they will be open the week of January 13th, somewhere around there. And they do have a new president. Those are all facts. So
But
we can move on.
Governor Clinton, and that's why you see when you talk somebody got to talk. I beg you guys, let's go. But we can also
asking when you say open, what it means is it mean that students are going to be in class by January 13th?
LU had a graduation ceremony this year, so a lot of things happen.
Guys, let's go. Sister Jackie, the University of Liberia don't have a new president yet.
I just said the board has elected the new president, from what I'm hearing, and that new president will be announced very soon.
That's not true. The board presented, Jackie, let me help you understand, Jackie, and let me help the country understand. The board came up with 3 names since September, presented those 3 names to President Boakai, that he can make the decision. The board never come up with one name and say, yes, this name, Dr. Bopler, will be the president. No. Jackie, ask your sources, right? Let it give you the right information. Those part of the 3 names is the former agriculture minister, Zena, and 2 others. I have the information, Jackie, since September. Since September, 3 names. The president have not made a decision yet as to who will be the next president for the University of Liberia.
Yeah, so but the board recommends, though.
Jackie, you said the university gave a president, and you was wrong. The university don't have a president. Jackie, let's move on. I'm giving you information because indeed, that's what making people mad. That the president, since September, he cannot make up his mind.
That's why we need to remove the decision of the president.
So I'm not saying that they both get president. No, they do not. Now I beg to move on.
There is a new president.
Okay, Jackie.
You can bet on that.
Jackie, you must say I'm betting, Jackie. If I bet you, it means that. Let me leave that one because I won't get myself. No, you must say I'm betting. I'm not allowed to bet. My wife watching this show, I can't bet with a female. I'm begging you. Thank you. I can only bet with Paul Kennedy and his cigar. Let me say this to you. Yeah, man. But it's good having Dr. Richardson, Jackie, Lorena, Sis Glendy, Dr. Bopler, Clinton, and Paul Kennedy on the show today. I want to announce to everyone, we have some allegation coming from the Ministry of Finance. I'm going to put this in the chat room. I think I did. If not, let me do it again. But before I do that, let me show you up. I want everybody to read this. Something is coming up with this information. I put it up just how it is. Our sources giving out information. One of the documents I just put out, I want you to please take a look at it. I believe I put it in the chat room. You guys seeing it in the chat room? If not, I can just put it there. It will be better. I want everybody to take a look at this piece of document from the university, from the Ministry of Finance. This document, I'm going to put it up one at a time. I got so many documents. The company name, I want you, it's in the chat room, Dr. Bopla. You can please take a look. It will be better if you look at it from the chat room. The company names, as you can see, is about the facelift, the painting interior and exterior of the Ministry of Finance.
Stanton, you muted though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Glennie. I'm trying to upload these things. I'm saying that I want to tell the story and be providing the other documents for everybody to see. There's an allegation coming from the Minister of Finance about Bill McGill and another individual. And these are allegations, I want to be on record, about Bill McGill and another individual. Look at the amount. The amount, the first one said 244,000. 244,000 is the first amount. The second amount is 78,000. I hope somebody can call the attention of Gafwan and folks from the Ministry of Finance. We have so many documents. I extend professional greetings and request that you kindly authorize the legal session to draft contracts to be signed between the Ministry of Finance and the below listed firm as denoted in the matrix below. The procurement unit employ the National Competitive Bidding and the firm pursuant to the procedure of the PPCC Act of 2010. Provision of renovation exterior and interior painting of the Ministry of Finance to the company called Elite Contractors and Global Services. US $244,441 to paint in and out of the Ministry of Finance. US $244,441. All the document in my possession and what we have since we're breaking this information, that these press were hijacked, they increased the amount, it was jacked up. The first presentation for this was way less. The next company on this is a company owned by folks from the Ministry of Finance called Brothers Engineering and Consultancies Incorporated. Brothers Engineering and Consultancies Incorporated. They have direct family relation with folks from the Ministry of Finance, and they only work a provision of structural assessment, just to do assessment of the building. The amount is US $78,000. Now, I will be sharing with you guys the next document. The price of the painting, the first assessment, it should be around 65,000. The first one I was given to Bill McGill, that to print the interior and exterior was around 65,000. And I will share the rest of it. The first assessment for that building, that we can paint this building interior and exterior for 65,000. The information, Clinton, that Bill McGill rejected this amount. And for the allegation for a kickback, the amount left from 65,000 to 244,000. To 244,000. The assessment of the building, as you can see, brought in another company and said they should do that for 78,000, which actually should be, where's Jackie? She left. Should be way less. We have other documents that we're trying to remove individuals, our sources, other something from, and I will be sharing with everyone. We have to protect our sources. That these are grave allegations of massive corruption. When you present a document and say this building will be done for 65,000, and the deputy minister and other folks in the ministry said no, it should be done for 244,000 United States dollars. That is scary. That is huge. That is so scary. I'll be very careful in sharing this document because I have to protect my sources. But we have not only these allegations on Bill McGill, we have other allegations, again, with other documents. But let's address this one. Again, I will do my best to put the rest of the document in here. Dr. Rich is saying, we had similar situation with Bill McGill put his name on the Minister of Youth and Sport document to travel with the team to get double DSA payment. And Bill McGill came and said, no, he doesn't know how his name was added. And it was a problem. And here we are again, Bill McGill inflating the amount to paint the Minister of Finance building. Let's go around the table while I upload the other documents for our own consumption. And I have to be very careful. I cannot share them all. But we hope that Bill McGill or Gaffron can speak to this. The amount is inflated almost, how you call it, $250,000, right? That how the people that get money can call it. Paul Kennedy, I think you follow the show, Glendy, Jackie, Dr. Bople, and Dr. Richardson, Chinaway. While we wait for Clinton. Paul, you talk to us.
Well, Stanton, this is a serious allegation, and if there is any foul play in the face of when we are talking about, difficulties in opening the university because of money, and then we have people trying to move money around, to benefit themselves over public institution, I think is a challenge. And as we said, this is a serious allegation. We hope that this blows the whistle for some authority in government to, call the people who are implicated in this to make themselves available to actually clear themselves out of the allegation, because $250,000 to pin a building. I can pin that building for $50,000. You give me $50,000 now, I will paint the Ministry of Finance in and out. I don't need to even do any assessment before I come up with a price. But for you to be charging $200,000 and almost $250,000 just to paint a building, it's a challenge for us. So let's look into the allegation. I mean, like you said, let those people who names are called really come to try to see how they can somehow exonerate themselves from the allegation that is going around. And there are paper trails, and all the fights are on the paper. It worries me how we play with money around. We play around with money in Liberia, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dave. Previously, they were spending around $65,000 to pin that building in and out. The document. So I don't know. You were so correct to say 50.
Exactly.
Around 65,000.
Exactly.
And we have that document, right? Under the summit tour, and then they were spending around 65,000. So the argument people are making, Glendy, since I'm coming to you, how did we leave from 65,000 to 244,000?
Even the 65,000 on the summit tour, which building did they paint? Which
That's
building?
A good question too.
$65,000. Which building did the summit tour paint?
How do we
portion of the ministry were also got burned. Portion of the ministry. So 65,000 to pin that building is like, I don't know. I mean, some of these things it's difficult to talk. I will hope that Gaffron will investigate. I hope whoever is concerned, the people that the allegations are on, that they will also speak up. Like, you're doing assessment, you even started pin where that, yes, 78,000 just for assessment. Doesn't make sense. So hopefully the Minister of Finance will investigate that, because it's, the thing about Liberia, where we can call money, it's not small thing. We know how to call millions for small work. So that one that Gafwan will will hear what he has to say about it. If these allegations are true, it's something that's concerning that he needs to investigate. Is that what is all this assessment coming on? You got to assess before you first place. So assessment fee different from. I don't know.
So you see, let me say something, Jackie. Not Jackie Glady. Let me say something to you. It's very important for us to really look into this. 78,000 just to bring that and say, you're going to assess what we can print in the place.
Let's say where to paint.
And the company, that company have a relationship with someone that working, one of the deputy minister. We have the name also, and we'll be displaying it. I love to do this thing, and I hope that Bill McGill can come and speak. And then we can have some serious conversation. I hope that Gafwa can step in this thing and address this issue. This is complete madness. You are leaving 65,000 to go to 244,000. Jackie, let's hear you, please.
Okay, Stanton, I'm looking at the document. It says description of service and goods. The first line says provision of renovation, exterior and interior painting of MFDP. The Ministry of Finance and Development Planning has, I think, over 10 floors. They probably have a total of 12 floors. But that building is big. So it's not just for painting. I heard my colleague saying, well, just for painting, I can paint it for 50,000 or whatever amount. It said, yeah, maybe originally the proposal was just for painting. But obviously here it says provision of renovation, exterior and interior painting. Line number 3 says provision of structural assessment of MFDP. So the details of what renovation work is being done is not attached to this document. And they said they were forwarding this to the legal section to look at the details and to consummate this deal. So just to clarify, it's not just painting. $244,000 is not just painting. It includes renovation of the Ministry of Finance. What the renovation entails, we don't know because we don't have the supporting document here. But in the document, they said they follow all procurement laws and guidelines. All of that is stated here as well. But so renovation.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. I do have the document, Jackie. Once I remove our sources information, I will share it. It got nothing to do with renovation. They are watching and they're just laughing, sending me more information. It was about painting the interior and exterior. All right, it was argued upon. They denied the $65,000. How they used to spend that money previously, and the difference of the inflation of 244,000, the 78,000 just to bring people to assess. I mean, we are talking about around almost 300,000 for this total work. All right, and that's what we say with this allegation. We hope that the Minister of Finance can come and address it, address the nation, address the public. These are allegations that we have supporting document to. And once they speak to it, then we can ask them more questions and share more document. It's troubling. It is seriously troubling. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We're looking at English now. When you see the way they state, and of course, Jackie should know. It says provision of renovation, comma, exterior and interior and interior painting. So that renovation relates to the painting. That's not separate renovation that's going on. It's the painting of the exterior and the interior. That's what's there. Because if it was different from this sentence, there would be something else that would have been added. But the renovation they're talking about refers directly to exterior and interior painting. I don't see anything different here. I see no other renovation going on here. except the painting. And that's
so
a high
like,
cost.
so,
Or
thank you,
they
thank
got
you. So
problem
like
with
it
English
ask,
because even that decimal number for the sound, the 8,000, that only 2 zeros, the guy that should be 3 zeros.
so
Renovation,
let's do this,
exterior,
guys.
and
Let's do this.
interior
Let's do this.
painting.
I beg you guys, let me bring in Clinton and Dr. Bopler. Again, we will spend the rest of the time on this. I'm trying to get this document fixed to upload them. It's scary because people in government have their own company out there, have affiliation with company that they can award contract to, right, for the major kickback. These allegations, Bill McGill and another individual will put a picture up. We ask them that they address this allegation. With all the document in our possession, these are serious troubling allegations. And again, we can say November 28th, it went through legal, Governor Clinton. It was approved by Bill McGill. Go ahead, talk to us.
So I'm out. You see, I was off, and I was, getting some information on this. So I'm hearing from sources from finance that they are giving the explanation that Jackie's giving, that this is not just exterior painting and interior exterior painting. The renovation is a whole section, and they have documents to prove that they've renovated. They have pictures to prove that from the fourth to what kind of floor that they are printed. So I'm going to say this has to be investigated. They have to be given an opportunity. It has to be investigated. The amount, if this is just a exterior painting, is troubling. But we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt to come forward with that information that they're saying that no, this is not just exterior and interior painting. We did renovation, which is we compartmentalize it because we don't have enough money, so we put it together into then having doing the painting and the renovation all on one section. Now for the assessment, I don't know that, but this is what I'm hearing, and I think they are watching, and hopefully they'll reach out to you with information on this thing. The numbers are mind blowing. So immediately when I send the information, I said this is really trouble. It has to be investigated. But that's what I'm hearing. So I'll give them the benefit of that between now and tomorrow, and to investigate this, and then we'll fire along.
Again, I do appreciate that they are watching, and I hope that they can come up with their own document that can substantiate their story. But we have more document to display, so we're going to hold back. Let them come up with a document that Rich is saying, and then we'll see what are the talk about renovation now. We just talking about the 244,000, but this is not the first radio. This is not the first thing. This is not the first time it's happening. It's a whole cartel. It's built around the finance ministry. These are one of the information, the document I received. But I'm going to put all the document. I'm going to hold Augustin Bay Gafwan. Whether he's a real Augustin Bay Gafwan, whether he is a man of reform, or he's going to investigate these things. Because it's on him. It's on him. These are allegations on his deputy ministers and people in different departments. And they are running with this amount of money. The money gone. It's gone. It's not there. So if they say that they ended renovation portion or they are about to, then the document we have will compare with that document to tell the Liberian people the truth. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you before we go to Dr. Bopler on this one.
I have a few questions. First, considering that corruption is a problem in our country, accountability and transparency is a problem in the country. When you submit a document like this, it would be helpful for them to put more details on the document, okay? When you just tell us that you're going to be renovating, at least be more specific. I think somebody said that building has 12 stories. At least tell us, okay, you're going to be renovating the 12-story, one-story, or whatever. You're going to be breaking down walls. You're going to be including more or less rooms. That's what renovation, to me sounds like. And then painting. If you're going to be charging $244,000 for painting, where exactly are you painting? the entire building. What color of paint are you using? Is there what grade of paint are you using? There's different price depending on the sophistication of the paint or the grade of paint that you're using. So I'm concerned about that. But even more so, I'm hearing that people within the finance industry are related to the people, to the contractors. That is very concerning to me. That is very, very concerning to me. And the audacity to put here that pursuant, that means that they went according to the PPC Act. Does the PPC Act take into consideration there's a conflict of interest that might be happening? If you have family members that work at the Ministry of Finance, they then look into that to make sure that there's no, conflict of interest where you are being biased or being favorable to the people who submitting the contract. So, I mean, it just, I wish they could just give us more information, just to be clear on this, because we know corruption is bad, accountability is bad, transparency is bad in our country. You can't be throwing all of this amount and give us a piece of paper that says this is, and not tell us clearly what you're going to do. So that's my thought about it. It's kind of upsetting in a way.
You see, let me say something. This thing got nothing to do. Let me hear you down. I'll put up something else. This is troubling. We want to discuss this that Bubla yesterday, you remember? But thank God that you came up with the university conversation, which is so important for the country. This is a big stealing, a massive looting from the finance ministry. What we have, we share it bit by bit. We share, and the Liberian people will see it. Let's hear you, Dr. Pople, and then thank you for joining us, Conor Gray. It's good to see
you. Thank you, Stanton. So, a couple of things. I just need clarification. So, I was looking at the document presented to us, and I see we have 1 and then 3. I just wonder, it may not be significant, but maybe it is. I wonder where's number 2, and I wonder if the information in 2 could help illuminate 1 or 3 and 3. I don't know. Stanton, you provide a document. And then also, I am with Dr. Richardson on substantiating documents which will help inform our understanding. I always like to try to get as much information before I opine on these matters. But the thing that is more important, renovation can be costly. So, and the way it's written, it says renovation, comma, exterior, interior. It could be renovation, then painting, which can cost a whole lot of money. That said, here's what I'm really concerned about. One, Stanton, you may have the answers to these. Are the contractors Liberians? Because we seem to do a good job giving our money to non-Liberians. Are the contractors Liberians? Two, are there any ethical/conflict of interest issues? You said earlier that I think somebody or deputy minister some involved, something that we seem to do a lot in Liberia that is totally unhealthy for governors in the public sector, in the sector, but particularly in the public sector. So are there any conflict of interest issues? And then 3, which is the biggest to me, on the same night when we're having the conversation about the university, and once Stanton put up the document, the things that the faculty association, whatever, we're requesting, most of the things are very doable, and it won't cost as much money as we appropriate for other things. So it's a priority thing. So no money for LU, but we got money for this. That's concerning. But I won't pass judgment on this because I don't have enough information. Um, and so I just think we need to answer some more questions regarding this particular issue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pople. Let me bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray, it's the last topic for tonight. Let's hear you. And then we'll go around again. More information coming up, folks. Again, the contractor, yes, elite group. The second group have family members within the Ministry of Finance. We know them. They built up that company as a third-party family member outside of the Ministry of Finance. They have awarded that company so many different contracts from the Ministry of Finance for major kickbacks. Document we have in our possession. Again, these are all allegations. We just want to say we'll be only fair on the show because in Liberia, you know somebody, somebody knows somebody. But Gafwan have to investigate. Gafwan have to step up and clear this mess. It wasn't about renovation. It was still about painting. And this is how they do it. They will add, but the main objective, the underlining reason why they need the money from 65,000 to 244,000. We will answer it because we have the document. People are angry. It's not the first time. Folks are very angry at the finance ministry as to why people continue to steal. That's a whole cartel. Get rich quick scam. Conor Gray.
Stanton, the UP administration, I'm not going to pick on them, but they spent an entire duration of the second term trying to renovate the executive mansion, and each year we're allocating about $7 million for renovation. It was not done. Not till Mr. Weir got there. He probably spent the better half of 3 years of his administration before we finally got the mansion to quote unquote get off that renovation scheme. I think one of the easiest ways people steal money in Liberia is to append it to um, renovation, because the Ministry of Finance does not only need painting. We were here when fire guarded some portion of the building. It was an inferno. They turned it off, but then remember that building is a high-rise building. There are so many integrity issue in terms of the structure itself. So when you say 240 just to paint, which is to window dress, to say, you see, the building is beautiful on the outside, but then it's a death trap standing in the sky. We know that if it's renovation, 240 million, thousand, it's nothing. But if it's just to paint the building, then we'll go back to look at what brought them to that determination as to renovating the entire building. Okay, government doesn't have it. Then they decide to paint. How did they derive the contract to paint? Who are all the individuals that bidded for that contract? We don't know. We only saw it in a budget. So yeah, it looked extremely suspicious. Otherwise, they should tell us exactly how they arrive at this. And these are things that should be earmarked in government annual renovation policy that we will see. We'll be able to click and look at the blueprint and be able to come up with a determination that it was done with integrity. But as it is now, I agree. It can't just appear somewhere. Now you said from what, 40 or 56,000, now it's going to 240. Man, this is becoming a pattern. Until we begin to lock people up, we're going to hear a lot of this. It's going to get worse. Remember we said in the beginning that they started at a smaller scale. Now they're being emboldened. We're not going to point finger, but until somebody come and explain to us, we're left with opinions. And those opinions, sometimes we take them as our facts because we don't have other ways to look other than what's in front of us. And that's how it is when you form public opinion about an issue, when you have no alternative to make judgment. You render judgment based on what's available to your knowledge. That's how life is. It's unfair to the likes of Jackie, but hey, we're entitled to our opinions too, right? Because we have nothing else to oppose or go against that opinion. Until then, I think corruption is kolo in our one way.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's all good. We want to say again, welcome to Spoon Talk. We got 11 more minutes because we have to be out of here at 12 a.m., especially having a female producer in the studio. We are not going to keep her 1 second after. And I hope that Lorena, you'll be well And, let's cut it home. Thank you for producing. I hope Nelson is there for you to, turn over to him. We want to say we're having two female producers every time during the week, Denise and Lorena, and you guys welcome on board. I want to say to this issue about Bill Baggett, let me say this. And another fellow, we have document to prove. I take my time, I ask questions, I review this document because through it we can only help our country. It's up to the government. It's up to Gafan. It's up to whosoever, to ask for the reform and bring about the reform. It's up to them. But we're going to say it, and the Liberian people are going to hear it. 244,000. We've had another 78,000 on assessment, bringing the total to 300 and maybe $39,000. You be my guest and do the numbers. It just doesn't, and that's the problem. You said it right. We're looking for small money for the University of Liberia. These people running with hundreds of thousands. In no time, 1.8 million for fire. In no time, everybody getting what they want. But the university remain closed. What you saw from the finance ministry is just for painting, no renovation. No. Just for painting. No one renovation. The guys are caught. They are caught with the pens down. It's not the first time. We have ordered a document that we will be displaying. Bill McGill knows the truth. He got to speak on it. I never met him before, but I've spoken to him. He's welcome to come on the show or go on any other program. And I hope Gafwan will do something. This is bad for our country. This is bad our country, that the ministry that we tell us how we use our budget and move it around. The ministry doing this to the Liberian people. Painting, renovation, interior, exterior, 78,000 for assessment. It's all cover up. It's all blah. I know that this allegation will hold water. And these allegations are concerning. So while we close on the show and we'll go for our closing, I'd like to announce President Joseph Yema Barker is on his way to Ghana. I think he should be leaving tomorrow, a day after tomorrow, whenever it is, to attend the inauguration ceremony, I believe, of the Ghanaian incoming President John Mahama. And again, just like to announce this, a lot of stuff took place in Lofa. We just want to give us a quick overview, and, the president, once he go to that place, he will be leaving, and he will return next week on the 30th. I believe the 30th, he will be back in Liberia. He's going straight to Ghana. We have all the documents. We have all those that are going with the president, and, he's leaving tomorrow, Saturday, for the inauguration program for the Ghanaian president, and he will come back on Monday, spending New Year Day in Liberia. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it was a good show from my end. I will hold on to the other document, and I will just wait that we all can hear from the finance ministry, and then we can come in with our counter punches. This is what we do best. In Lofa, Sir Joseph, and Thomas, I apologize to President Barker for the election engagement and what he said about the president. And also the president forgave them and introduced Jeremiah Kuhn as the son of Lofa, that the Lofa people should consider him 2029. I don't know what that means, consider him 2029. We can have a full conversation on that tomorrow. That President Barker introduced Jeremiah Kuhn to the people of Lofa, and he asked the elders of Lofa to consider Jeremiah Kuhn 2029. Does that mean the president running or he's not running? I have the clip, I have the information, and we will discuss on it tomorrow. On this note, I rest to do the last closing on the show, and let's go around the table for everybody to give a closing, the University of Liberia, the finance ministry, and anything else on your mind as we get ready for tomorrow. May God bless us on this last Friday of the month, of the year, and I hope that we all can be ushered into 2025, brand new Friday next week. Thank you, folks. Let's close the show. Jackie, you want to go first or you want to go last? Or you want to go in the middle? Because you like to hear people before you talk, right? Which one?
I'll go first.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Um, yeah. I mean, I came in the middle of the show. Good discussion. Always discussing education is always a good thing. We do need to improve our education system. I think everybody agrees with that. But more specifically, we have a new government that's almost a year old, and a lot of challenges. There were a lot of challenges at the beginning of the year. I know some people don't want to hear it, but it's true. Regardless, the government did pull through. President Boycott takes education very seriously. He visited LU campus on multiple occasions, and he committed his government to ensuring that there will be transformation, there will be reform within the education system. So we now see that there will be a new president. We hope that president will meet the expectations and even exceed the expectations of the students, the faculty, and even the LU Alumni Association. MFDP, of course, has transferred $30 million budgeted for LU. The university has it. And we look forward to positive changes in the upcoming year, and the school will be open very, very soon. Right now, it's scheduled to open the week of January 13th. Having said that, in the entire education system, there is an education minister. You have the Institution for Higher Learning, and there are plans to continue to improve the education system and reform it. So we look forward to seeing those positive changes as well. It is the year end. A lot of good things happen with this government this year. Too many to name right now, but we look forward to better changes and big changes coming 2025, because overall I think this government did good for 2024, especially considering the challenges that this government met when it took over on January 22nd of this year. The issue of Ministry of Finance, I'm not sure if we contacted the Deputy Minister for Administration from Ministry of Finance to clarify this. This document needs more clarification. It's just a one-pager from the Procurement Compliance Officer. He is a compliance officer. That means he must have done his due diligence for him to move the document forward. And it clearly talks about renovation, painting, interior and exterior. So that we need more information for clarification instead of just looking at that one page. And probably Stenton, maybe it's good for the network to go and look at some of those things that are going on with Ministry of Finance and see what renovation work needs to be done over there. It is a huge ministry that has about 11 to 12 floors. So a lot of work needs to be done with that ministry. I'm not sure how much work was done during the WIA years, but clearly this year when this government took over, we see a whole lot of work needs to be done with the Ministry of Finance. And we look forward to seeing a better Ministry of Finance, the building, the physical building itself, a new improved structure for the ministry and for the employees. Wonderful show. It's been a wonderful year. We're almost there to New Year, and we look forward to a better year for the Liberian people under this government come in New Year's within the next few days.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's good having you as always. Sis Glenda, you want to go?
I think it's a great show. It was a great show. I think 2025, I would hope that the government would take one project that they will channel from beginning to the end, one signature project that will be amongst many, but one project that we can point to that the government would have started from grassroots, take it straight up to the top, that we can hold, we can be proud of, and we can be excited about. There's too many, they're concerning too many areas. I understand that the problems may be tremendous. They have a lot of things that they have to fix. But we want to look back at this government and see what they did for the Liberian people. We want to be able to see clearly that this is what they did from beginning to the end, so that they can have the repetition for that. it's alarming that the finance ministry and the cost for assessment and also the cost for painting or whatever renovations they're doing. I would hope that the finance minister will address this. We'll hear about it and address this. This is the funds that is being allocated, and not small money they're talking about. It's a lot. So those things we understand, and when we're saying that finance ministry was being painted every year for 65,000, I don't know, because the building, the last time I was in Liberia, it looked the same. I mean, so there are some people who frequent Liberia more than I do. They can say if this building has been painted every year, if there are renovation works being done there every year. I don't think we can just hear some of the things that is being said that the government is doing, the government is involved in. And we say government because those people are government employees getting contracts to do renovations. So, of course, the government will be called. Their name will be aligned with some of these things. But we have to be serious here with some of the things that we're hearing, and we just talk about it and it goes down the drain. I would hope that somebody would address that. A lot of people say too many different things and too many things that's not focused. I want to encourage President Boyka. I know he listens to Spoon. I know a lot of people listen. President Boyka needs to take a minute. I understand early will be open on January 13. Go meet the students. Go and identify with them. Go and hear their plight. Go understand what they've been through. Talk to the students. I remember back in early sometimes when problem having when the students were ready to strike, the officials would come on campus to talk to us under the Palawa hut. We would talk to them there, they will come there. They will talk to us, they will come and meet the students, engage them, talk to them, find out what they're going through, fix the problem. All of these superficial fixes that were going on here, they're not sustainable. In 3 months, we'll hear about it again and it will go down the drain. Somebody texted me yesterday that they applied for the president for the university. How you want to say what you say? Because I got proof of what he said. But he said he applied. And the requirements that they gave him was things that he could not meet up with. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I have his text message to that effect. But these are the things that we want a better Liberia. That's why we continue to talk. And people say all kinds of things when you're talking, when your thoughts don't align with what they think and what they want to hear you say. They write plenty of things, but that's okay. We will continue to speak for the Liberia that we want. Whether we're in Liberia, whether we're outside Liberia, we are a Liberian. My neighbor string is buried in Grand Bassa County. I was born in Lamco Hospital. I am a Bassa woman. Crew too. I'm a crew.
You're a Bassa woman?
Yeah, I'm a Bassa woman. So we Liberia is our heart, and we'll continue to talk for that country no matter what anybody says. But great show, it was good being here. Today is somebody's birthday that I'm forgetting. Oh, Frederick P., my brother, happy birthday to you. Frederick P., happy birthday. I hope you're having a great day. That is my mother's son. And I know she'll be happy to hear me calling her son name and saying happy birthday. Happy birthday from Mama to you, Frederick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glendy. Thanks for having you. Lorena, you want to say something before you leave us?
The school will be, or University of Liberia will be reopening on January 13th. With that said, we are hoping that third semesters can be, what we will have in 2025. Because if we have 3 semesters, then we know that we're getting somewhere. Then you can go to school for the exact 4 years if there will be 3 semesters. So we look forward to the reopening of the university come January 13th, 2025.
Thank you very much for having you, Lorena, and I always will welcome you to produce. I mean, it's been a quiet show for the last 2 days. I don't know why. Maybe it's the new spice that Topopla brought on the show. We're trying to hold it down, that Topopla. It's been a quiet show. Let's hear you while you do your closing.
Thank you, Stanton. So on the last weekend in 2024, as we close out the year, we all have a responsibility to reflect and to be honest in our reflection, because this country is all we have. And there are many of us who support the government and give our time, energy, resources to help the government succeed. We're vested here because this is a Liberian thing. But those of us who do so, which I hope it will be all of us, but it's not all of us. But those of us who do so, we have a higher responsibility to be objective, to be critical. This year, um, personally, I had hoped for better. From my perspective, there was nothing dynamic. There was nothing game changing. There was nothing that I thought Liberians would get up every morning and say, "Whoa, we're moving in a new direction. Things are jumping around here. Jobs are being created. Money is being allocated for schools in proportions that we've never seen before." It didn't happen. But we do have a president who has integrity, and I believe he's deeply honest about moving this country in the right direction. So, 2025, in my estimation, cannot look like 2024 because we do look like a status quo government. This last budget looked like a status quo budget. Let's do something bold so that Liberia gets excited. And once we move in that direction, the people will line up behind the administration, and the administration will have that righteous wind behind its back. Let's do bold things. There are two things I hope the administration can focus on. One is education, and two is sanitation. And both of them are part of the rest agenda. Sanitation. I posted back in July for 26, and I offered a simple but doable plan for sanitation, a 15 county plan. We can't be serious about building a modern society with trash all over the place. It's actually fixable. So, like I think Glendy probably said that pick that one thing and do it and point to the success that you've had and people can see. Remember, in sanitation, we're creating jobs, we're producing healthier communities, we're producing more productive workforce. It has that multiply effect and it can be done. And then education, put the money where it really belongs and tell the public, here's where the money's going. Be disciplined. Don't take the money for education to send it to other places. We do those two things in 2025. Liberia will be super excited. And I'm telling you, sky's the limit. I remain hopeful on this last weekend in 2024 that 2025 will be a much, much better year for our republic.
Dr. Boblet, thank you very much. It's always good. And I hope that with this new attitude, we can march into 2025. No screaming, no calling somebody stupid, nothing of this nature. Calm show, good show.
Bring my relative back.
Jackie's no, we're waiting for the educated people to come out and we'll bring us back.
Yeah, bring my relative back.
Jackie say her own, I say my own, nobody screaming. And the Liberian people will benefit a lot. We really do appreciate all of you. Colonel Gray, you want to speak? And then we're going to go to the upper class. The upper class got Governor Clinton, the lawyer, Paul Kennedy, the professor, and how you call him again, Enfield, and Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. Those are the upper class. With that down, let's get finished. Oh, Dr. Bobla, sorry, so it'll be up to. Let me bring myself down. That you the data. Go ahead, Colonel Gray.
I already where I am. As long as I can have impact, I don't care. I already. You're just an instigator.
You will stay there for the rest of the show. We'll put you up. Go ahead, Colonel Gray.
We'll continue to be the plebeian. Sometimes the plebeians are the one that hold the building up, while the upper class are there. If we remove our strength, the building will collapse. And those are the ones that will first go. But the University of Liberia, yes, I think I heard one of the panelists talking about moving chair. Look, we used to move. If you have a 10-10 on campus, you got to hold 2 chairs to move it from the science college all the way to the girls' dorm. Imagine, man, by the time you leave campus, you got muscle. Just to transfer chair to go sit on. And then if you have 4 or 5, classes for that day, well, 2, 3, you move in those same chair because either you move one chair, but It just was not adequate. Matter of fact, we used to stand by the window to attend class. Outside, we were spying in the room. So this is a perennial problem. The University of Liberia has had its own trove of problems. We just have not been able to prioritize education at a certain level. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this administration is not prioritizing education. We just have not been, as a nation. Even when Samuel Doe became a student at the university, though he was president, he tried to uplift the standard a little bit, but it just was not sufficient compared to. Look, they got a new president. I would have loved to see a strategic plan. How do you hire someone and he's not going to tell you how he's going to transform the university? What do we have to hope on? His words? We don't have any strategic plan for him. I think those are some of the things you ask for first. What are you going to do differently that you think others have not been able to do over the years? And let them give you a clear plan, clear forward plan that you will see the university transforming just from that plan. Not just to come because the person is related to somebody, is related to the president, is related to the VP, the wife, the this. Tell us exactly as an academic, what are you going to do for the University of Liberia to transition from the abyss of backwardness it has dwelt in from day one as an institution? Look, this is the alma mater of President Boakai. So unlike his predecessor, I expect much from him. To whom much is given, much is expected as well. But the university has never been the priority of post 1990 war presidential, with the exception of Madam Selifu, actually built a very beautiful campus. I don't know if we have been able to maintain that structure because you can't just build and then expect to renovate and to keep the integrity of the structure itself. Look, the university some of us attended there, they've been there since the 1800s. But when you go there, it's like they were freshly built. They sustain them because of renovation. Us Liberians would just build. That's it. Go to the complex now, the ministerial complex. It's like a fish market. No offense to those who sell fish, but it comes with that poignant smell. So that's how you go in the very capital building, the put burn down, filthy as hell. Sorry for the language, but that's our mentality. We don't know how to be able to preserve a structure, especially an historical structure like the University of Liberia. It's been there since the 1800s. We're one of the oldest universities in the region, Africa, maybe West Africa. Let me go with that small region. But we just have not been able to pay attention and make the university the place of envy. People used to come from the sub-region to attend University of Liberia. That's how very good we were. And as much as we don't cherish it today. But so when we want to hire someone to come here as the president, that is not just a personality and job. That is a job that requires X amount of effort to be able to make the university, up to standard. We are one of the least in the region today, from being the first to the least, and we're not making any progress. Again, people have allotted money for the structure that burned down next door. The university has laid in ruins for years. Some of the folks next door, probably they didn't go to university, so they don't cherish that. But that's not an excuse. Higher learning, higher value should come with that effort that would represent higher value. You pay premium for what you get out of the university. I mean, if it's just free of charge, and so nobody cares, because number one, they don't see that as a requirement anymore to even hold higher position. And I would say, yes, President Boakai should pay attention to the University of Liberia. Whoever is coming in, please publish your strategic plan. If not, we're going to be taking on our academics too. Don't be fooled because they say we're AFL soldier. Some of us are academics. If you want to challenge me, let's go. I want to see a strategic plan. Doc Richardson would love to see a strategic plan. Dr. Rudolph Butler would like to see a strategic plan. At least most of us here, even Kennedy, even Clinton. I'm not even talking about Glenny. We all want to see, what are you going to do? Tell us. Show us in black and white. Don't just can't give us that you have been selected to be the president of the university. What are your track records? We'd like to see it. And if not, you have us to contend with. And whoever brought our topic, I think it was Dr. Bropley. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you for that, because this is our alma mater. And then secondly, the Ministry of Finance, this is a perpetual way of getting money from the budget into private coffers, private pockets. And today I think I saw a water tank distributing. I don't know, that one looked like feces, whether they were trying to use that to partner. Sometimes I will send it to you so you can say I don't want to talk, because it was so, like, bro, become this place where we're not making effort. And this president has a challenge ahead of him. Hopefully, he has the strength enough to sustain that challenge. Otherwise, to whom much is given, much is expected. He should be able to take the beating that comes after that expectation we have from him. And I hope he does well, and I hope he stays well and be able to take the challenge. This is a tough job for him. Hope he succeeds.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. It's always good having you. Our brother Paul Kennedy, you'd like to close?
Go off mute. I think it was a good show, very good show, Stanton. And the show spoke to our heart, particularly with the issue of the university. So I will start on that. I will recommend an immediate stability in the leadership. I'm glad now that we are hearing somebody has their mic open. I'm getting feedback, but I'm glad now that we are hearing that the UL is going to open by January 13th. There is an urgent need for the appointment of the leadership if that has not already been done. There is a need to develop, once the leadership comes to power, to develop a transparent strategic plan that will show a merit-based recruitment process so that it can help to expand on the faculty and management of the institution. There's a need that the government of Liberia actually allocate a fixed percentage of the national budget to education, with the education ministry prioritizing the University of Liberia, which is one of our highest sources of learning. The new leadership is urging them to establish an independent financial oversight committee that will help them to look at where their finances are leaking. There are some leakages in the finances. Somebody was just telling me that the 30 million that my sister Jackie was talking about were only salary and compensation. So if that 30 million that the university has received was only salary and compensation, and what I'm hearing is that it has been paid over the time, and those people who are advocating for salary may not be full-time employees of the university. So the university has paid all of its teachers, according to what I'm hearing. Yeah, so the university needs to do that. But as I said in the previous statement, there's a need for diversified source of funding for the university. Universities do not only depend on compensated budget that come from the government. There's a need that they expand their research, build their research capacity so that the university can begin to look at grants, but they also need to look at international partners and create a public-private partnership at the university. And this should be a part of their strategic plan. They ought to let them call some of us to help them to actually, put these fund lines together so that they can look at it. We are here to provide help to our country. Take politics out of this. I don't need to support or to have voted for Unity Party to contribute to my country. So the university needs to begin to look to outside funding sources. The Alumni Association, my sister Glennie, has been very instrumental in that. The other day I saw them, I think it was in Atlanta or where, but they need to make sure that they look outside to begin to bring funding opportunity. And the president of the University of Liberia needs to reach out to African Development Bank, UNESCO, and all the other institutions that give money to universities. Establish a museum at the University of Liberia. Maybe call it whatsoever, the Civil War Museum. Take artifacts from the war, put them there. UNESCO will fund those kind of programs. Those are strategies that people can use to get money. The leadership also needs to conduct needs assessment of the prevailing priority critical needs for repair so that the university can be upgraded. Introduce virtual learning. Some of us are now here teaching other places. You don't need to be in Liberia to teach. Open up the university, renovate one of the buildings, make it a virtual learning or hybrid system capacity so that our colleagues can go there to learn. Create a long-term sustainability plan for the university. Let that be a part of their strategic plan so that we can see what is going through. I think I don't want to beat the dead horse. I mean, the dead horse to death. But the University of Liberia really means a lot for us as a people. If we don't have a strong university, our developmental reflection will show that we'll not be innovative to create jobs. We'll be struggling for unemployment because the university is the hub for innovation. So, Liberia should consider that. And as far as the issue of the Ministry of Finance is concerned, I think, first of all, you just can't write a proposal and walk around. When you do a contract for renovation or construction, that contract comes with a BOQ. The BOQ, which is the bill of quantity, specify the scopes of work that's supposed to be done and how much they should be done for. For you to just take one flying paper and say, all right, 448,000 to do, they will do repair, not even descriptive of the kind of repair you're supposed to do. When people just start playing around here with us. And there's an allegation of corruption. So until those documents can be added to that, for an 11-story building, I'm told that all of the deputy minister's offices have already been painted by some group that was using the local staff to do painting. So you got less than 30%, about 30% of the building have already gotten painted. And then you're telling me you need 248,000 to do renovation and repair. You need to show us what those renovations and paintings will be. Specify them on a BOQ and actually attach a cost to them. Any other than that, you keep it as a lump sum cost, then you're trying to steal money. This is 2025 already. We should not be doing the same thing people are doing in 2023, 2021, 1947, and expect this country will move forward. Senator, I think the minister and the deputy minister should come out to tell the Liberian people, all of the noise that's coming around and the allegation about corruption. Let them, vindicate themselves of what's going on. But I thought it was a good show, and we're looking forward to the year in review so that we can see what this government has done right, what it has done wrong. And I said, I'll give them 75% holistically for education, even though I don't have all the data, right, to be able to grade them. But they have a lot to do because they still have schools around the country that got teachers that are not on payroll. The schools don't have the curriculum that are needed to build the students' capacity to come to the University of Liberia. All those things have to be worked on. So I give them the 75% because that's the 5 year and we stay in the honeymoon year. Next year grading will be tough. Thank you, Stanton.
Well, Kennedy, thank you very much. You said something which is so important. Gafwan have to speak. They have to speak. And I think Gafwan can skip this one. Because let me say this. I ask, is this the Madam Ellen Gafwan or the new Joseph Walker Gafwan? We're about to see. What is happening at the Ministry of Finance is so bad. Massive corruption. This is just a little of everything, Clinton. And you give it to Gafwan and he just came there. So what? Go back and review those documents. They get some bad elements. The only work at the Ministry of Finance is to steal. Their only work is to steal. And we'll be speaking on these things because we have the documents. They better come up and explain, or else Gafwan will be part of it if he doesn't take action and investigate properly. Recommend them to LDCC. Then we're going to question Gafwan because some of these things passed before him, passed before the Deputy Minister, Tenant Bunskin, passed a bill as Deputy Minister, Zoe, what's his name? The last name is Zoe. Whatever Gafon Zoe, whatever his name is. These guys don't have to explain because we were keeping this documented after the House of Representatives situation. And here we are talking about them. We would not stop. Clinton, talk to us.
Great show as always. The issue of the university. I'm not going to yell boy here as now start talking about it. Great show as always. Look, the issue with the University of Liberia has been long overdue. I think the government can do more, has to do more to ensure that our students are back in school. But I agree there has to be a bigger plan. There has to be a longer strategic plan to get the university on par, at least regionally. We have to put up our students who can compete globally, and it is important. When you enter art, and I've had the opportunity of being like Bureau, 4 years living there. Some of our university students, it's just sad, and for us to be overlooking education this way is even more appalling. And I will hope that there is a lot of reform that has been done to. I think when these are laughing, there's a lot of reform that has been done to improve not just in the University of Liberia, but the education sector as a whole. So looking forward to tomorrow. Looking forward for this week to pass. So I'm not doing this show from home anymore, so that I'm not having these kids distracting the show. Yeah, but on the Ministry of Finance thing, look, I like to give the people. I'm going to be honest here. I have. Very, very. I just look Stanton. My dear brother is assistant minister of our administration. I saw his name, I think, and we spoke, and he told me that look, we have the BOQ that Paul is talking about. We have this, and this is just a miss up, and I'd like to give them an opportunity to come forward tomorrow and come forward with more information on this. So looking forward to love it. Looking forward to tomorrow and I especially tomorrow. I really want us to talk about what happened in Lofa. With Kong and positioning for 2029. I think we saw what we saw as a front for reconciliation is a bigger 2029 play. I think it seems like it's going to be a Kong, a Moi, a T5 collaboration. I think President Waka is, if it's not going to be on the ballot 2029, is positioning a team that is going to protect him after 2029. So that conversation is going to be important tomorrow to dig deeper into it. And so thank you, everyone, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you very much, my dear friend. You are quite correct. The situation in Lofa and the finance ministry situation will be discussed tomorrow. We have more new documents to show. So again, come early. Let's have a great show. Dr. Francine, you want to take us home?
I just want to say the last words that you said, Clinton, was to protect. President Buckhart's going to put a team together to protect me after 2029. I think that's interesting. I think that's what I heard you say. But besides that, I have nothing else to say. I don't want to prolong our time here. So good night, and it was a great show. Thanks.
Dr. Francine, thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, as always. Glendy, my brother Clinton, Connor Gray, Dr. Bookley, Sis Jackie, Lorena Omari, and to all of our many, many friends. This is the last Friday in December, the last Friday in the year. Till we meet again next year, Friday, we say, be blessed. We'll be here tomorrow to discuss the LOFA situation. Conversation from LOFA was into deep. And we'll also be discussing the Ministry of Finance again. We'll hold them. We'll bring them more document that the place has turned up to be a massive corruption center. And again, you know what? Clinton was right. Well, we cannot hold it because of Clinton brother, but because Bill McGill, that friends to some people on the show, we bring this to the goalposts of Augustine Begafwan, and we challenge him to address the situation. But guys, thank you for watching as always. May God save our state and may God bless us. Have a wonderful evening. Good night.
All right.
As always, we want to say thank you very much again. This is what we do. It looked like Nelson said you're on your own tonight.
No, he's here, sir.
Oh, he's there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you wanted to see the end of the show, right? Thank
Yes,
you very much for joining us. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you a lot, Lorena. Have a good
Thank
night.
you, sir. Good night, sir. All right, so Spawn Talk returns on this station. Provoking conversation from the CEO Center Award Store and the rest of the panelists. My name is Lorena. Thank you for all of you that viewed, that listened, that shared the show, that left your comments, that called in. This is your show, this is your station, this is your program. Until tomorrow, well, Nelson Colette is here with another panelist, and the rest of them, they are going to be on the late night politics tonight. So let me say thank you from my end. Good morning. It's 12:30 in Liberia, West Africa.
Yes, sir.
Hey, always the CEO is back home with the smoke.
And your boy, Friday the South and Band. Charges on the